World Pro Racing, where sim racing becomes real.
For only €5 a month, experience every high-definition moment on your TV, tablet, phone or PC. Great teams, great moments, and so much more. TSN from Melita is your ticket to stay in the game. Visit melita.com/sports.
Senna was a god. No one could even dream to follow him.
I'm from a very humble background.
The role of women at that time were really difficult.
This is so dangerous. You are risking not only your life, but also my life.
Wish your Wi-Fi network would just work in any room? Our new Stellar Wi-Fi is AI assisted to give you the smoothest, fastest possible Wi-Fi throughout your home. Stellar Wi-Fi, assisted by AI, exclusive to Melita. Find out more in-store or online.
World Pro Racing, where sim racing becomes real.
Good evening, everybody, and wherever you're watching in the world, welcome along to the World Pro Racing Triple Challenge. Now, if you like British GT in British GT cars, then have we got the event for you. We've got 3 classic British tracks coming up, and we're going to be throwing 3 of the best British GT cars out there and seeing who can get the better of the other drivers. You're joining myself, Kieran McGinley, and Kaya Bacchini alongside me for the ride here. And Kaya, it's great to have you for your first World Pro Racing event. I mean, it's a very good event we've got lined up here for you. You must be excited about this one.
Yeah, Kieran, it's going to be an absolute blast, and it's a pleasure to be alongside you for this race. As you said, we've got 3 tracks, 3 different cars, and 3 lot of action. I am absolutely buzzing to get into this.
Buzzing is the word indeed, and wherever you're watching us, be it on Facebook, on YouTube, on Twitch, ESTV, Motorsport TV, The Race, and of course TVM TVM Sport. Obviously brought to you by our sponsors down below. You can see AMD, HyperX, GT Omega Racing, Thrustmaster, and Melita. And to give you a brief overview of what we're having and doing here tonight, well, first of all, we're going to be heading to Oulton Park and throwing the Bentley GT3s around there. Later on tonight, then, we'll be heading to Snetterton to see how the drivers will fare in the Aston Martins. And then we'll be heading to Donington for our final race of the night in the McLarens. 15 minutes practice, 15 minutes qualifying for each, with a half-hour race coming up with a mandatory pit stop, refueling only, to be able to make sure that the drivers will be pretty much tested all the way through. And Kai, obviously we've got a great wealth of British history coming up here, be it cars and tracks. Just give everyone a little bit of a preview of what's to come.
Yeah, so Oulton Park, in absolute, well, everyone knows Oulton Park in the UK. It's an amazing track. It can have crowds of up to 35,000 people. Track record around there is 134.624 in the Bentley GT3, which we will have in our first race tonight around Oulton. So it's a bit of a coincidence, I guess you could say. It also holds the British British F3 and the British Superbike. After that, we will have Snetterton, which is 4,779 meters long. So we have some very long tracks and also some very technical tracks. It was refurbished in 2011, which also added the Wilson hairpin, which is the first corner named after which will be the first corner on the track. We are going to be driving the 300 layout, which is also used for the touring cars, Superbikes, and obviously the British GTs. Then for our final track tonight, but definitely not least, it will be Donington Park, 12 corners around this track. It was built between the First and Second World War. It was used for a military vehicle storage during World War II. So it came a long way from there. It was rebuilt in the 1970s, and it was actually used once for a F1 Grand Prix in 1993. Many people will know that Ayrton Senna won that race. So also the British Motorcycling World Championship is held on that track. It's based in Leicestershire, England, and it was supposed to hold the 2010 GP for the F1 cars, but it didn't manage to do so, and we did go to Silverstone anyway. So we have 3 amazing tracks with lots of history behind them, and I think we're going to make history today with this racing.
And here we are then at Oulton Park. Apologies, I'm speaking into the void there. But we're riding on board here with Oak here as he now makes his way all the way down in towards the first couple of left-handers. And what you'll find apparently clear, Kai, is that it's a very, very narrow track. These drivers have got a really critical qualifying session coming up in the next couple of minutes, and this is pretty much their last chance to make sure that they've got everything set up on the car correctly, they've got everything in line ready for that important qualifying session here tonight.
Yeah, qualifying is going to be very, very important around this track. As you said, it's very technical, very tight, and you can see the Bentley, as we know, it's a very, very wide car, and there's not much room for overtakes, especially through the final section. Not many places for overtakes as we watch through the final section of the track down the Hilltop straight now. They're going to make their way down into Hislop's chicane, and then we have Knickerbrook straight after this. You can see just using all the track available to them. There's not much available, but using all the tarmac and optimizing the racing line.
Here we go then, upwards towards Druids we will go, and then we've got that uphill section, we've got Warwick Bridge, we go underneath that, onwards then towards Lodge Corner, and then heading towards Deer Leap. Now you can tell it's an old school British circuit because there's no corner numbers here, it's all corner names, and they've all got a load of character behind them as well. Onwards we go through Deer Leap, and then onwards toward the start finish line. Here is Kesey making his way across the line then, and it's a 1:32.337. That's his best lap time so far in this session. Last lap time was a 35 flat, but at the moment with his 32.3, he's the fastest person in the session so far. Luke Whitehead has just gone up to second place in the 202 Bentley with a 2/10 off. Red One Messaoud in third place, then it's David Oak in fourth place, then Jan-Nicolas Erbrich in fifth, with Ressart there in sixth. We see there's Kesey going a little bit off the track there, probably got that a little bit wrong, probably looking to go into the menu rather than looking out onto the track there. We can forgive him for that one. Luke Whitehead then, well, he's been pretty on the point there. Oh, he's dropped it though, he's dropped the back end going through Island Bend, and will he get that stopped in time? Yes, he will. You do not want to be going towards the barrier there, and it just looked like he dropped the rear end then, and the rear tyre started to spin up.
Yeah, so we've now seen 2 drivers make the same mistake, so basing off that, I'm predicting it's pretty easy to do, as we've had 2 drivers pretty much simultaneously make the exact same mistake, dropping the rear end on the grass, and that is just a one-way ticket to the tyre barrier, as we're watching Afonseca make his way down onto the start-finish line to finish and also start a new lap. He's going to make his way down into the Old Hall Corner, braking. You see the red lights on the back of the car illuminating, using all of the exit available to him, maybe a little bit too much for some drivers' liking, using all the curb and also extending onto the little bit of the grass. Third gear, sticking it around the corner, using the rumble strip on the exit, as we now make our way down the lakeside straight through the little kink of Island Bend and the iconic corner of Shell Oil's Corner. Very difficult to get this right. It's a double apex. You just need to hang it round the bend in first gear for the extra rotation. Now up through the gears as we make our way down into the Britain chicane. It's all about using the curb and carrying as much speed as possible. Now through Hilltop, we're going to make our way down to the second chicane of this lap now. Braking as late as possible down to second, holding in that second gear. Doesn't really need to engine brake any more than that. He's just preparing himself for the pretty much final section of the track as we go under the bridge and over the clay hill. Gonna make our way through Water Tower and now down into Druids. Down into second gear, wide through the first apex, cuts back for the second. Now down pretty much the final, well, the back straight of this lap. And we're going to make our way into Lodge Corner, down to second gear, takes a late apex off the corner. A little bit squirmish on the exit. He's going to make his way over the hill and cross the line. And that is going to be P12 for Afonseca for now.
Yeah, P12 for Afonseca then, as he just takes us on a very quick tour of the track there. And you can see how much he was actually trying to wrestle that car. Just make sure it's in line for as much of the lap as possible. There's Red One Messaoud, who obviously is coming off the back of a double ACC Sprint Series win here at World Pro Racing. 2 seasons back-to-back, the champion. So he is heralding that #1 car as much as he possibly can, as he now makes his way in through the final couple of corners, through Druids Corner, now under Warwick Bridge, as we head our way up towards Lodge Corner once again. And he's more comfortable in other cars, but using the Bentley here today, never ever rule out Red One Messaoud. One rule about the Assetto Corsa Competizione scene is never ever rule out Red One Messaoud. He comes across the line then, and he sets there a 1:33.6, so he's just over a second off, literally just over a second off his best lap time. And you can see there the drivers going through Old Hall Corner, they really do like to take a lot of the curb and a lot of the AstroTurf or the exit there, as we head now in towards Cascade, and then we head across towards Lakeside. And if you look over to your right hand side, you'll see Alton Lake as you make your way now through Island Bend and then towards Shell Oils Corner. And of course, built into the natural contours of this Cheshire countryside with a view of the Alton Lake, it's a picturesque circuit, no doubt about that. It's complemented by that surrounding scenery. Its wealth of history means it's gathered that reputation as one of Britain's toughest circuits for both drivers and cars alike. And as we've already mentioned, as we've already alluded to, this narrow nature of the circuit does make overtaking difficult. And with qualifying coming up in just a few moments time, you'll be able to see that it will be critical that they make sure that they get the best out of that car over one lap. It will really help them going in towards the race tonight here. But we're seeing Messaoud now making his way towards the back end once again of the circuit, as he now makes his way, lines himself up towards Druids Corner, turning in the car there, just making sure that he's just got that car nice and under control, under Warwick Bridge, and towards Lodge Corner we will go, braking hard then, using a little bit of grass then, why not, to try and go in towards the entry there. And yeah, he got a little bit compromised midway through the corner because of that, through Deer Leap and onwards towards the start finish line. And there you can see another 1:34.3 there. So clear to see that Messaoud is doing a little bit of race simulation right now, as we cut to Christopher Legreston.
Yeah, and as you said, only 1:30 left of the practice here in this session. We do currently have a fastest time, which is set by Urquizy, which is a 1:32.337, which is 2 seconds quicker than the actual fastest lap around here at Alton Park, which is absolutely amazing by this driver. Bentley, it's a very popular car on this game, especially a driver's favorite for a lot of people. It's got a lot of torque on the bottom end and a lot of power from that front-ended engine. A lot of people like that in the car. I'd say it's very planted, but it's also one of the wider cars that is available to the drivers. But it's an interesting one. A lot of drivers prefer that front engine car. Rear engine, it's very heavy on the rear, which means that sometimes you have a lighter front end, which means that you don't get as much turn in as you really want. So as we just see Afonseca taking a little bit of a detour on the grass for that corner, and he's going to pull off on the exit. Only 20 seconds left of free practice now. We will start to see drivers pulling back in, pulling back to the pits and returning to the garage.
Yeah, and if you want to make your mistake, make them in this practice session. That's what it's there for, as Red One Messaoud makes his way onwards through Deer Leap and onwards then towards that start-finish line. And it's quite clear he's using a little bit of race simulation here. There you see a 33.555. So it's clear he's got a little bit of race fuel on board, just looking to see what his race pace will be like, as the checker flag is now out for this practice session. And of course, if drivers have started a lap, they can, of course, finish it. I think one of the first drivers here will be McEwing, who's making his way just through Lodge Corner and onwards towards the start-finish line there to complete his lap time. Currently 8th fastest then, exactly 3 seconds off the pace, as he's the first driver to take the checkered flag. Messaoud then making his way now through Shell Oils Corner, and it's obviously, you've got to make sure you get the exit right here. It is slightly banked going through Shell Oils Corner, so it tempts you, it invites you to carry just a little bit more speed through there. You've got to be careful though, you've got to guard against understeer going through Britain's chicane. Then we go through Hilltop as we head head our way now down through Hislops and in towards Knickerbrook through this second chicane of the circuit. You already see there the polystyrene or the styrofoam of those chicane markers there have already been absolutely taken out there. So someone's clearly got it all wrong going through there. In the race, of course, if you do that, you'd have to go around them. You can't go through them. That is something that we have to point out. Through Druids Corner we go, and underneath Warwick Bridge once again. And we'll see here Messiah complete his little bit of a race simulation as he makes his way now on towards Lodge Corner, getting as close as he can to that grass without taking a little bit of it. On the exit then taking a bit of curb over Deer Leap and onwards then towards that start-finish line. And that will complete his race simulation there. Last lap time 32.199. As we get closer to that qualifying session, a bit of an idea, a bit of a closer idea as to what these drivers are looking to pretty much prove out there. Akizi, though, fastest in that free practice.
Yeah, Akizi absolutely dominating the session, 2 times quicker than anyone else on the timing board as we were watching Messaoud on his final couple of laps. He was 3 tenths off the pole time. So he was close, but not quite there. I think it's going to be interesting to see qualifying. The timing order was very tight between pretty much all the drivers that were there. So I think it'll be interesting to see who's able to take top of the charts in this qualifying session coming up.
Yes, absolutely. And we're getting our way on towards qualifying now. So we've got 15 minutes of qualifying. We've got a few cars out there right now. But I have to say, the typical British weather, I don't like the look of those pretty grey and miserable clouds in the sky there. But hopefully it'll hold. We've got a little bit of a forecast that tells us the next half an hour should be okay. And I think the drivers will be hoping that the rain holds off too.
Yeah, it does look a little bit dodgy in the air. I say a couple of drivers will be threatening that rain, and I'm sure a lot of drivers would prefer if it didn't rain. I think it's fair to say that we do currently have a air temperature of 19 degrees and a track temperature of 24 degrees Celsius. So I'd say a lot of drivers on this game prefer the low track temperatures. The tires don't stick to the surface as much, which means you can kind of maneuver the car in ways that you aren't able to in high temperatures and just control the car in your way a lot more.
Yes, and in a way, it saves the tyres a little bit. As we head in towards the race, of course, we do have to have one mandatory stop, and there will be a pit stop window. So you can't just pit on the first lap and then go to the end. The pit window will open when the race is 10 minutes through, and it will close 10 minutes before the end of the race. So you've really got that 10-minute pit window to come in, refuel if you need to, and then get to the end of the race. So drivers will have to be thinking, do they want to pit as close to the first 10 minutes of the race as possible in order to then run a heavy fuel load but better tyres, or do they want to wait until the last possible moment, run a little bit of fuel, but then be lighter from fuel for the end of the race?
I think it is mandatory to add at least 1 litre of fuel in your pit stop. So I think what we'll see a couple of drivers do is try to minimise the time of that pit stop, as I'm pretty sure a 30-minute race would normally be a sprint race for these drivers. So I think at the start of the race, we'll see drivers pretty much put in a full tank of that fuel, as we see Luke Whitehead taking out the tyre barrier on the inside, which is not normally what you see. You normally see those stop the cars, not the cars stop them. What I was going to say is we'll see a lot of drivers put in a full pretty much 30 minutes of fuel in the car, come in for their pit stop, only add around 1 litre or 2 of fuel and get out of that pit lane as soon as possible.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Minimising the time lost in the pit lane will be pretty crucial. Here's Luke Whitehead then as he makes his way then. Oh, he's had an eventful outlap, that's for sure. Let's see what sort of lap time he can set on the board in this qualifying session as he makes his way onwards towards the first turn at Old Hall Corner. He's got to be careful, though. You saw then the back end wanted to step out there. Manages to gather it up, though, as we head out now down through the avenue, through Denton's, and then in towards Cascades. It's a long left-hander there, the double left-hander. You want to try and carry a lot of speed through there, as Messaoud has just gone top of the table then, 32.6. We have seen quicker lap times from Messaoud and from others around the field, but of course we've still got to wait and see the driver confidence rise as we ride on board with Luke Whitehead making his way through Shell Oil's corner, taking a little bit of concrete and a little bit of curb on the exit as we make our way towards Britain's chicane. This left, right, left there, really testing the driver's confidence and ability through there. How much curb are you willing to take? How late are you leaving your braking here as we head through Hilltop then on towards the second chicane through Hislops and then through Knickerbrook. Then again, clouting the curbs there, no fear. The suspension will be able to take it now, heading our way through Knickerbrook. And then on towards Clay Hill, rising up here. And you just see, just riding on board with Luke Whitehead here, how narrow this track is, especially in this last part of the circuit. We head our way now on towards Druids Corner as we've got someone in the gravel up ahead then. He's got to try and get out of the way here, is he? Yeah, he moves to the right. So Luke Whitehead taking a little bit of toe, then maybe a little bit of a miscommunication there through Lodge Corner. On board with Luke Whitehead, gets a little bit floaty as you go over the top of the crest, over Deer Leap, and then onwards towards the start finish line. And Luke Whitehead crosses the line then with a 1:34.0, but it's not a lap time that will count.
Yeah, unfortunately, an invalidated lap time for Luke Whitehead. I know he's a very talented kart racer in real life, and also, as it looks, a very talented sim driver as well. I think the logic of a lot of these drivers is use as much of the curbs as possible, because it just minimizes the amount of travel you need to make in the car for the corners. Shell Audio's corner, you see just the amount of banking that corner has, and I'd say you can carry a lot more speed than you think you can, because you can kind of use the natural groove of the corner to get your car turned in for the apex, as we're currently on board with Ligerston making his way onto the home straight. He's going to cross the line. Is it going to be a lap time? Cross the line, and he has improved. It is a 1:37.224, but it's not quite that 1:32.1, which we currently see on pole.
Yeah, Hamada Akizi on pole position right now with that 32.160, so he's done a really good job so far. So expect to see those 1:31s going into this qualifying session. Luke Whitehead, though, making his way through the final couple of corners, through Druids Corner, now under Warwick Bridge as we now make our way towards Lodge Corner. Then as braking hard, then you get a little bit of a dip in towards the corner, then you're over a crest on the exit. Over Deer Leap we go, and will Luke Whitehead be able to set a competitive, valid lap time as he comes across the line? Yes, he can. He sets a 1:32.484, which is just under 3.5 tenths off the pace of Hamada Akizi. But on the front row, it's a good start then, and as you can see, Ashtois Racing, they are, well, they're here to put on a show. 3 of their 4 drivers here tonight are in the top 3, so that's a pretty good start from the team.
Ashtois Racing absolutely dominating the session right now. Looks like this Bentley car really suits their driving style, and they're really enjoying this moment right now. 8 minutes left on the clock for this qualifying session here at Alton Park. We're currently on board with Resnar. As he makes his way across the line, he does do a 1:34.305, which is an improvement, but it doesn't jump him any position. Currently in P6, but he is hunting for those top 3 drivers. Currently 1.5 seconds off that top 3, but I guess he's going to have to search around that track and try and find some of that time to pick up.
Yeah, Kimamo there with a lap time on the board, a bit of a banker lap time there, so he can push on later on in the session. Luke Whitehead then again making his way through these final couple of corners then as we make our way through Druids Corner, underneath that Warwick Bridge and towards Lodge Corner once again. He's got another car ahead of him there, so hopefully that doesn't put him off his lap time too much. I think that's Afonseca there who's just ahead of him, but I don't think he'll be too close enough to put him off. But Luke Whitehead comes into the pit anyway, presumably for a brand new set of tyres, a bit of fuel on board, and go for another couple of laps. Matthias Elbrecht there in the Carmel Racing car, making his way through that second chicane and onwards, that first chicane, as he now makes his way down Hilltop and in towards Hislops here through this chicane. Again, going through there, testing the limit of grip on that car as we now make our way through Knickerbrook and onwards towards Clay Hill. And Elbrecht there looking to put a competitive lap time on the board. As you see, 4.8 seconds off the best lap time so far. So at the moment here, he knows there's more time to find. Is he going to be able to find it? Oh, he gets onto the grass slightly. He's not going to improve his lap time like that. And he instantly knows that that's not the way to do it. And we'll come back to the pit lane as Ebeya gets off onto the track, gets a little bit sideways as well. And that is going to put off Pritpana then in the Various Artists Bentley racing car. And they're actually going to run side by side for a little bit. It's not the race yet. You've got another about 6 minutes before we get to that one. But both of their lap times there, we'll just have to wait and see if they can make an improvement.
Yeah, you can see these drivers already eager for the race, and we're only 10 minutes into qualifying. That's That's interesting to see. I just saw a bit of a... It was a brake marker board or one of the polystyrene boards go absolutely flying on the camera as we see it shattering in front of our screens. Currently on board with Ebeye as he makes his way through and up through Druid's corner as he makes his way up the uphill straight on, and we're gonna make our way into Lodge corner. A right-hander, very tricky to get it right. And it's very easy to make a mistake. As I say that, Ebeye goes off onto the grass, and that also does hinder the pink and white Bentley of the driver ahead. Ebeye, as we saw, just making his way onto his new lap, as we see David Ohak make his way up, and soon going to be making his way into Lodge corner. Pretty much the corner name that we've mentioned the most this session. It seems that we've been occurring with that corner the most, but as we see Ohak make his way down the main straight, he's going to make his way into Old Hall corner very soon, braking very late. It looks like he's going to take a late apex, using all the curbing on the exit is Ohak, as he comes out behind someone who's just came out the pits. That may be Luke Whitehead, was one of the Ashtois cars. As Ohak, I think that was Ohak, or it was one of the Ashtois drivers has wiped out one of the brake marker boards. We're currently on board with Afonseca as he's making his way around the track. He's going to make his way up through the clay hill, make his way down into Druids very soon. And it looks like Afonseca is going to be looking to improve his times as he's currently sitting P13 on the timing tower.
Yeah, getting a little bit sideways on the exit there of the penultimate corner at Druids as we now make our way towards Lodge corner. Again, a little bit onto the grass. Can disrupt the car. It can disrupt how stable it is and how much it is stuck to the track. But he now makes his way over Deer Leap and onwards towards Old Hall corner. And it's a 1:38.8, which improves his lap time. But he still stays in P13 for now. Red One Messaoud then on a flying lap so far. His last lap time, you can see there, 2 minutes. So he's just trying to get himself some clear air out on track. And just look at that. He has got clear air ahead of him, and he's not really got anybody behind him either as he makes his way now through Knickerbrook and onwards, upwards through Clay Hill, just to wind down this lap time and see what he can do with this lap time. Just over 3 minutes left in this session, and Hamada Akizi is on the top of the standings with a 1:32.160. Or Messaoud then taking a little bit too much grass on the exit of that penultimate corner at Druid, so it's got to be careful there. Easy to do something like that, and it just costs you your entire lap time. No doubt he might have to back out of this one and then go for another lap as he makes his way towards that start-finish line. He does not make an improvement, so yeah, that little bit of an excursion, and it's only a very slight one on the exit of Druids, may have cost him a good opportunity to set a really good lap time there. Riding on board then with Kirsten Ebeye for the GT Omega RPM Esports car, currently 11th place in this qualifying session. As you see there, the car squirming underneath him as he made his way through. Onwards now we go over this crest and then towards the right-hander of Druids as we headed over Clay Hill, riding aboard then with this number 19 car. And just looking on board there's various opportunities and various places you can see where there are just some corners and some crests where it is just completely blind if you're going over there with the driver's point of view, especially this last corner here at Lodge corner. There's so much undulation here. It's so much fun to drive over, but of course you see yourself blind on it as Ebeye then goes 9th fastest with that last lap time of a 36.927, less than 2 minutes to go.
What I've noticed about Ebeye's car is it looks very unsettled under the braking. You can see the rear end just stepping out that little bit. That may be to do with the brake bias or something else in that setup. But Ebeye, it looks like he's losing a lot of control on the car, maybe losing time under the braking zone as a cause of that, as we're currently... Hilltop, and he's going to make his way into Hislop's chicane using the curb on the entry, curb mid corner, and he's also knocked. Oh, it looks like there was a Bentley on the exit there, nearly getting in the way of his lap, but Messaoud manages to avoid him, and he makes his way over Clay Hill, past the water tower now. Going to make his way through Druids corner. Very tricky to get this right. Very easy to go off on the exit. We've seen that quite a few times from the drivers as he makes his way up over the crest and up the hill into Lodge corner, round the final corner. As we saw from the driver's perspective last time, it's a blind corner, and he's going to dive into the pit lane. Obviously not happy with what happened there.
Well, I think as well as he got pole position with that last lap time there by just a fraction, less than 300ths of a second. And that's the red one, Messaoud, that I recognise. The man who gets the pole position, the man who gets the win as well. But it has to be said, Hamada Akizi is not going to make this easy for him.
No, Akizi is definitely going to pose a fight, especially at the start of this race. It's all going to be about track position, as we've seen from the driver's perspective and also from our bird's eye view. It's a very tight track, and it's very easy to get caught up in incidents. So being at the front of the grid, it's definitely going to be to the driver's advantage.
Definitely. And we head to Alton Park, which is such a notoriously difficult circuit to overtake on. Those drivers that have got themselves up the order will be very, very happy. I imagine Akizi's going to be happy until that very last lap that Red One Messaoud put in to get himself that pole position. It's going to be a tough one for Akizi, but are the pit stops where this race could be won and lost?
Well, I mean, it could be, and it also couldn't. There's obviously going to be a strategy which most drivers are going to be sharing, which means that it will mostly come down to what happens on track. But, I mean, strategy, you have to be smart, and you also have to be smart to get that race win. So I guess we'll have to wait and see.
We'll have to wait and see indeed, and hopefully we won't have to wait too much longer. We got 30 minutes race here in the Bentleys at Alton Park. Don't forget as well, we've got races at Snetterton and of course at Donington Park later on tonight, so stay tuned with us. We're here for the long haul for some great racing action. Don't forget as well that mandatory pit stop will come into effect. It is a refueling stop. They don't have to change tyres. It is a half an hour race, so we weren't expecting them to change tyres in the first place anyway. However, they do have to make a trip down pit lane in that pit stop window as well. So from the first 10 minutes of the race, the pit window will open. The pit window then closes at the last 10 seconds of the the last 10 minutes. The last 10 seconds would be cutting it a little bit fine, but the last 10 minutes of the race, that pit window will then close. If you make a pit stop outside of that, that's not for a legitimate reason such as damage or any other such like, then you will be penalised by the stewards. And of course, we've got a great team behind us as well. FIA accredited stewards behind us as well, looking over this race, looking over our shoulders as well, and making sure everyone behaves themselves out there.
Yeah, I'd say the stewarding team, it'll be interesting to see what they have opinions on incidents. I'm sure there'll be a lot of action, and I'm sure there'll be a couple of slip-ups from a couple of the drivers, as we've seen a couple of off tracks in qualifying, some hot spots. I'd say going out with Druids, we've seen a couple of people go off into the grass. So I think there'll be a couple of cautions thrown around there.
Absolutely. Our race director is, of course, Adrian Figallo, and our chief steward, George Muscat. They will be heavily looking on to this one and making sure the drivers do behave themselves in this race. And, of course, our broadcast director, Justin Mifsud, and on the cameras, Nathan Mifsud, bringing us our action today. We're rolling then as we make our way, warming up then for the start of this first race of the Triple Challenge. As you can see here, the drivers have to make sure they get to a set speed, and ACC sets you a box where you have to stay within. So you've got to stay within that box until you reach the start-finish line. Otherwise, you'll get a starting infringement, and that will be an automatic drive-through penalty. But the drivers here just have to make sure that they are lined up in their right positions as they now make their way towards the line. Getting ready to start this very first race here at Alton Park in the Bentleys. It's Messaoud who's leading the way. Green flag is out then as we now file our way on towards Old Hall Corner for the first time. Messaoud has the inside line. Akizi on the outside then. Does everybody everybody make it through? Looks like they do. Luke Whitehead also got a good start in the 202 car. He's on the left-hand side of your screen as we make our way now, descending all the way through the left-handers, through Cascades now. We've got someone off in the gravel there, trying to rejoin onto the track. Antares has not had a good start in the number 32 car. He's all the way back down the field there. Meanwhile, though, Red One Messaoud has got a great start. He's now taken the lead of this race. Hamada Akizi was battling away with Luke Whitehead going through there. There is Elias Antare, who is down the order there. Didn't get a great start in the number 32 car. And we got someone off into the wall there, just at the hairpin. Now, was that Afonseca? He's down the order in the screens there. No, it's the number 404 car. So that's Hamada Akizi, who's found himself in the wall at the hairpin and all the way now at the back of the field. So second place on this grid is now all the way down in last place.
Oh, that's such a shame for Akwizi. He had such a great start, tucked in second position, and just one little mistake, and there goes his race for now. But Messaoud, an amazing start, managed to slot into that first position, managed to beat his teammate off the line. Luke Whitehead, though, he's not trailing too far behind in that also Ash Toir team racing livery, as we watch like Greston getting squeezed a little bit wide by Albrecht ahead of him. As we see a replay now of the two Ash Toir drivers, we see more drivers going off in the background. The black and green Bentley making a mistake in the background as we see the three Ash Toir drivers file in the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. But of course, Akizi all the way down the order now. Had trouble at the hairpin going in towards Shell Oil's corner, and he will be ruining that one. We didn't quite see what happened with that one, but there is Reino Rissar in the 690, that pink and white car, now getting up into third place as he makes his way into Shell Oil's corner. That's Ashton Cox there in fourth place in the 158 Ash Toir racing car. Jan-Nicolas Erbrich in fifth place there. Ebeya in sixth. Oh, there's contact there between Legreston, and I think that was Ohak there going in towards Shell Oil's corner. Ohak had to back out of that one. Legreston holds on to the position, and Ohak has to just back out of that one for now and fight another day. There's Elbrick there. There you can see Akizi trying to look up the inside of Afonseca there, going in towards that first chicane, and he's really looking forward to just try and get through this field as much as possible. Recovery drive here would really be an understatement.
Yeah, Queasy on the comeback right now. You can see he's hungry for those positions that he lost. See from the driver's POV a lot going on and a lot to take into account, as it looks like the 86 driver ahead of him nearly lost it out of the corner. Elbrecht holding his line for now, though. Equeezy is going to look around the outside of Water Tower now, around the outside of Druids. Who's that going off ahead? I think that's Afonseca. Was that Afonseca going off up ahead?
Well, it was just rejoining now. It's the 109 car, so it's Marma there who's gone off for an excursion. Now finds himself now at the back of the field. Afonseca, though, there in 14th place. There is Marma, so that's the one who went off earlier on in that lap. So he's now rejoined. Not really much damage, didn't hit any wall or anything, so he's just rejoined there. And Ashton Cox then is under pressure here from Jan-Nicolas Erbrich. Or is this a battle for third? I think that's Rissar actually defending now all the way through this left-hander through Island Bend and then in towards Shell Oil's corner. And that looks like Ashton Cox. Yes, he has moved ahead of, I think that's the 299 car of Jan-Nicolas Erbrich. And he's found his way through either that or Jan-Nicolas Erbrich. Yep, the directors confirmed to me that it is Jan-Nicolas Erbrich. So that is a battle for fourth place. Meanwhile, Antares trying to find his way through. McEwing and Parna also battling away then for 10th place as we try and make our way through. Antares gets onto the curb, but that's too much for the suspension, and the car says, no way, you're having a laugh, and completely snaps on him. He'll have to rejoin though, but he does rejoin in at least 15th place.
Yeah, Antares tried to go up the inside, but I'd say it was a little bit too late of a dive bomb and tried to take a little bit too much of the corner. The car wasn't taking any of that, and I'm pretty sure that was easy to see from your own eyes that the suspension just completely failed on him there, and that is off into gravel for Antares. But now we're on board with Ebeya as he's defending from two drivers behind, which is JP Sleater and also Ohak behind him. JP Sleater in the number 7 car under pressure from Ohak, and Ebeya under Erbrich, under pressure from Ebeya. So now, as we see Ebeya making his way through the corners with now a 4-driver train. So more drivers getting involved in this battle. Surely someone goes for some sort of move soon.
Yeah, we saw Ohak there get the move done on Sleater then, so he's now up into 7th place. Meanwhile, we're on board then with Luke Whitehead and the 2 drivers here, Edouard Messaoud and Luke Whitehead. They were battling away for the ACC Sprint Series Championship all the way to the second to last round when Edouard Messaoud just about did enough to make sure Luke Whitehead couldn't outscore him. But they are good friends off the track and great rivals on it. Jan-Nicolas Urbrecht then has moved ahead of Ashton Cox then and moves up into 4th place in the 299 Bentley as we now make our way in towards that first chicane at Britain's chicane. Meanwhile then, a 4-car train battling away here for 6th place. Ebeya at the start of it, and there is Ohak maybe looking for a move down in towards this second chicane then, going in towards Hislops and then through Knickerbrook then, riding on board then, looking behind. As you see there, Ohak takes advantage of the mistake of Ebeya. He gets onto the grass there, and that could be punished, as we've also got, I think that's Akizi, really trying to make his way back up through the field. He's looking up the inside. I think that's of McEwing there, and it was Legreston actually. So he's actually made more progress than I thought. He's now up into 9th place. He's got Sleater right ahead of him. Sleater's looking for a move up the inside of Ebeya. Can they keep it clean? Ebeya gets onto the gravel, onto the grass. That's an easy position for Akizi to grab. He'll say thank you very much. He's now got to try and fight the car ahead.
Yeah, a lot of chaos going on right now, and it looks like that was Legreston trying to make a move back on Ebeya. He was at the front of this pack 5 minutes ago, and now he isn't. This is how fast the tables can turn in this series, as we see Ebeya going very wide, catches the rear on the grass, just about manages to hold it though. Great control of the car from Ebeya, but unfortunately does drop back even further now. We see the 2 race leaders, Luke Whitehead just flashing his rival down the home straight, trying to force him into a mistake. 2 Ashtar drivers having a great battle right now, and it looks like that's a little bit too wide from Messaoud. Luke Whitehead getting a great run. Is he going to look up the inside into Water Tower? Has to back out of that. It looks like the door was shut right in his face from Messaoud. Says thank you and not very... you're not getting that move, sorry. Thank you very much. Luke Whitehead still looking for every opportunity possible as we make our way through Lodge Corner. Looks like he's going to tuck in, but is he going to go for the switch back out of the corner? No, he won't. Luke Whitehead files in behind his rival. But JP Sleater now under pressure from Akweezy. Akweezy squeezes him on the inside. JP Sleater goes sideways across the corner and somehow manages to catch a car. Wow, how has he managed to do that?
He's going to be under pressure now, but he'll be thanking his stars there that he managed to get a hold of that one. Meanwhile, I think that's Antares then. Yes, he's getting a move up the inside of Elbrecht there. That was for 14th place. And look at the run he's got there. Oh, we got a car spinning around the 115 there. I think the 315 of Afonseca. And also Antares also caught up in that as well. So that's really, really unfortunate for the Portuguese driver running around there as Antares tried to make his way through the order, and both of them have been caught up in that one. Meanwhile, we join our leaders once again in Edouard Messaoud and Luke Whitehead. They are 9 seconds clear of anybody else. Let's see what happened here then. We're going over the crest. Of course, we've got the Portuguese driver making his way all the way through. Afonseca in that number 315 car. So we've got Antares making his way through there. And, oh, he gets tagged. Yeah, and they both get collected. And the purple Bentley trying to avoid. I don't actually know how the purple Bentley avoided all of that. That was great driving there. But he's managed to find his way through, but the 2 of them, Antares and Afonseca, caught up there. Afonseca is into the pits. Now, importantly, he's come into the pit lane outside of the pit window, so this won't count as his mandatory stop.
Yeah, unfortunately has to make a trip to the pits as Afonseca. That collision obviously not settling too well on the car. We do have Prit Panna trying to hold his line from McEwing right behind him. The black and green fierce Bentley right on the gearbox of the driver ahead, and it looks like that was a spin in the background. Was that Elbrecht? I didn't exactly see who that was. Yeah, that's Elbrecht now off into the gravel. The purple not the purple Aston Martin, the purple Bentley that we saw avoid the incident earlier has not avoided that one in any way, shape or form.
Yeah, we've got Aston Martins later on. Don't worry about that. That will be a correct statement later on. But meanwhile, we've got McEwing onto the grass there. We've also got Parner in there. You can see the pit window is now open, and McEwing takes full advantage of that by diving straight into the pit lane. And then you can see the timer of how long that pit window is open. It is a mandatory pit stop, so you have to make a pit stop in this window. The important thing is when you make that stop. Let's have a look at Elbrecht then as he made his way through. Let's see what happens here. I think this is going now through Knickerbrook then as he got onto the curb. Yeah, and the suspension just didn't like that one bit. Dropped the back end as well. Manages to get off the track as well. That's really important. Sometimes when drivers lock up the brakes, they stop and they're sideways along the track. Of course, no fault of their own where they get there, but of course it just does mean that it is a little bit tricky rejoining the track. Did the right thing, released the brakes, got off onto the track, and then rejoined it safely afterwards. David Ohak there is under pressure then from Hamada Erkizi. Battle for 6th place here as they make their way up the hill then through Clay Hill and onwards towards Druids Corner. Erkizi, of course, recovering from that disaster start that he had. Down all the way to 16th place. He had qualified second in qualifying, and now he's just looking to try and make his way through. We saw, and we've talked about, Kai, how this track is really, really difficult for overtaking. I think Erkizi has really proved us wrong there. You can overtake it, you've just got to be smart about it. Erkizi then diving into the pits.
Yeah, Casey having an amazing comeback drive. We saw him have a horrific start on that first lap. Unfortunately, caught a rear on the grass, and that just sent him flying towards one of the tie barriers. Just managed to avoid that. But now he's came back from last, and he was up into P7, and well, he currently still is. He makes his way into his pits for his mandatory pit stop. As we see the two Ashtar drivers still at the front of the grid. That is Messaoud, then Luke Whitehead. There's a gap starting to form between those two drivers, so Luke Whitehead just dropping back a little bit. That may have been a mistake, but we do have one driver who we're on board with right now in P15. That is Mama, as we see him a little bit squirmish as the drive behind. That's Afonseca. He does have the blue flag. Sorry, that's not Afonseca. Oh, and there's contact there. Mama going flying across the track. Was that Messaoud there?
Yeah, I think it was the number 32 car, so that was Antares then. So it was one of the Ashtar cars, but not the one at the leading field then. So it was Antares there, you can see, was the one that was caught up in that one. You saw the blue flags were out for Barmer there. Whether or not he was just a little bit of a breakdown of communication, tough to tell from that camera angle. But there you can see, just on the graphic to your left there, you'll be able to see either a green bar next to someone's name or an orange bar saying 1. And that basically tells you who's completed their mandatory pit stop. Luke Whitehead has dived now into the pit lane to make his mandatory stop in this window. We've got a car off there. That's Kesey again. He's found himself there again, and I think this time he is coming back into the pit lane then. Mama and Afonseca both have picked up a 30-second stop and go penalty, although I don't think Afonseca's re-emerged back onto the track after he made his way back to the pit lane, though. Mama, though, has picked himself a stop-go penalty of 30 seconds. He'll have to serve that during this race. At the moment, though, Messaoud is leading the way, 17.7 clear of Jan-Nicolas Erbrich. Even though the two drivers there of Messaoud and Luke Whitehead were battling away, they still managed to build a gap of 17 plus. That is huge.
Yeah, but obviously we need to take into account that Messaoud has not taken his pit stop yet, and Luke Whitehead has. So as we see a replay now of Queasy, and let's see what's happened here. We've seen this quite a few times from the drivers over the crest and into the fast left-hander of Water Tower. Just overshoots it a little bit, loses the rear end. He doesn't drop it onto the grass, but just loses the rear end, and that's him into the grass. As we rejoin on to Jan-Nicolas Erbrich as we watch him make his way around the track. Now we swiftly get onto the back of Ebeyer down in P12. One of the first drivers that we saw go into the pit lane down in P12 right now. As we see Luke Whitehead, he's making his way down the home straight as neither of the two top drivers have made their pit stop yet. That's interesting to see.
Whitehead, you can see there, has emerged ahead of Ashton Cox, and Ashton Cox is still yet to make his mandatory stop. So at this moment in time then, Luke Whitehead's looking pretty good. He hasn't really got any traffic ahead of him, and one of his closest rivals in Ashton Cox is right behind, who's yet to make a stop in this race anyway. So we'll have to wait and see how that goes then as we make our way onwards once again towards the right-hander of Shell Oil's corner, making our way through then, of course, using that banking to try and carry just a little bit more speed through then. We've got Elbrecht then, who's battling away then. I think this is for position against Legreston as we make our way through in towards the final corner at Lodge Corner. Onwards we go then in the Carmel racing car. Looking at the back then, that is Legreston there as we make our way across the start finish line onwards towards the very first turn. Then Legreston looking for a move down the inside then. Oh, he's made contact with the rear of Elbrecht's car, and Legreston there with the front quarter panel has just tapped the back of Elbrecht there. It's cost Elbrecht a position, and I wouldn't be surprised if that goes to the stewards going in towards turn one.
Yeah, unfortunately, Legreston just tapped Elbrecht round as we see the leader into the pit lane. That is Messaoud into the pit lane. He's obviously getting his refuels now, getting any inconveniences on the car dented out, I think it's fair to say, as we see a replay of this incident. Legreston, he looks for a very late move up the inside, and he just taps the rear end of Elbrecht ahead of him. That's such a shame. Just an unfortunate position that the car was found in. Messaoud's going to exit the pit lane, but where does he come out in reference to other drivers as he's making his way down into the Cascades? Now, you see he drops behind Luke Whitehead. So Luke Whitehead has managed to pull off the undercut, and he's now in the net lead.
Yes, indeed. So he's timed that really, really well, and now is in, as you say, the net lead of this race. Jan-Nicolas Elbrecht is in the lead of this race, but he's still got to make his mandatory stop at some point during this pit window, which only has around about 3 minutes left open in this race. So Luke Whitehead then a healthy lead as well over Red One Messaoud of around 7 seconds, so he'll be very, very happy with that then. Legreston and Elbrecht then, the battle continues between the two of them, with Elbrecht still yet to make his mandatory pit stop as we make our way onwards towards Old Hall Corner. Through we go then. You can see two different lines being taken there, and this time Elbrecht has got a much better line then. Out of the first turn we make our way down the avenue through Denton's and then in towards the left-hander of Cascades, and Elbrecht this time making good use of his good exit out of Old Hall Corner, and he retakes 8th place.
Elbrecht has to take his mandatory pit stop on this lap, or he will be outside of the pit window, which means he will be awarded with a penalty after the race by the live stewarding team that we have on board. Elbrecht manages to make back that position that Legreston cost him, as we have Jan-Nicolas Elbrecht into the pit lane. He has came from the lead, but I'm pretty sure that Luke Whitehead and Messaoud will definitely make it past, but it looks like Legreston's going to look for a move back. He has to back out of that one, and unfortunately, he doesn't hit into the back of Elbrecht this time. Legreston still on the charge for that PA.
A live stewarding team have got a couple of penalties they're making us aware of. So on lap 3 then, the number 7 car on number 19, that incident, gets a 5-second penalty. So that will be Sleater. JP Sleater gets a 5-second penalty. Incident on lap number 5, number 32 on number 315. So that's Antares on Afonseca we saw there earlier on in the race. That's going to be a drive-through penalty for the Ashtois racing car. And then the incident on lap number 10, number 66 car, which is Legreston on number 86. Elbrecht then, it's going to be a 5-second penalty to Legreston. Pretty predictable. We saw that one happen just before our eyes, so that will be awarded with a 5-second penalty for Legreston. Although, though, Elbrecht has moved ahead, the penalty still stands.
Antares, you see that he has still not taken his mandatory pit stop, and with only 40 seconds left on the clock. Will Antares be able to make it in? He just makes it in time. As soon as I say that, he's replied to my comment. He says, don't worry, Kai. I have came into the pit stop and I have not forgot about my pit window. So Antares, the second last driver, to make his way through. Actually, no, he doesn't take his pit stop. He takes a drive-through.
took the drive through. That means he hasn't made his mandatory pit stop. So unless he can do, you know, a lap record time in 16 seconds to make his way back to the pit stop, yeah, he's going to be under a penalty. He hasn't made his mandatory pit stop there, so that will come back to bite him towards the end of the race. Tom McEwing also has not, according to the stats here, made his mandatory pit stop in this race. We did see him actually going to the pits earlier on, but it might be the fine margins where he's just pitted outside of that pit window. There you can see pit window is now closed, and according to those graphics there, Antares and McEwing have not taken their mandatory pit stops. We'll have to confirm what happens with those drivers later on in the race. There is your race leader then, with less than 10 minutes to go. Luke Whitehead leads the race ahead of Red One Messaoud. Jan-Nicolas Erbrich is in third place. Meanwhile then, we've got Parner here, who's under pressure from cars behind. I think one of them is Antares then, the number 32 car. Yes, it is. That's a battle for 11th place. They were trying to let a car through who was giving them the blue flag. There you can see Antares then with his right hand indicator on, clearly indicating where he wants to go. But for Parner, he didn't have to let that position go. He could have battled Antares for it, but he decided not to in the end. Reina Rissar then currently in fourth place. You can see he's under pressure from David Ohak then for this fourth place. You can see then in the number 13 car looking back behind Rissar at the front end of David Ohak. You've also got Ashton Cox in the distance there, looking to try and join onto this battle whenever possible. Is there a move for Ohak going in towards Old Hall Corner? He's going to look a bit, he's going to think about it, but the door is slammed shut then. And David Ohak runs wide onto the grass. That's going to be an invitation for Ashton Cox. I think he's just slightly too far back though, as we head our way down the avenue and through Denton's in towards the left-hander of Cascades. But that's what happens when you push that car just a little bit too hard. It will bite back.
Yeah, we saw David Ohak make that mistake, and that's cost him a lot of time. We're on board with Messaoud right now behind. That's not his teammate, is it? Is that Luke Whitehead right ahead of him?
He's having a look now at the car ahead. We're looking our way through. As he's looking, I don't think it is. I think that's going to be a lapped car. That might be the car of Equeezy's in the pits, so it's not going to be him. It's probably going to be Antares, as we've got lots of cars battling away for position there. You see now David Ohak is looking down the inside of Rissar, as we've also got contact in the background there. I think Ashton Cox is also looking to try and make his way through. JP Slater is down the order. He's about 34 seconds off this battle, so they are getting past a back marker then. But Rissar has to be careful, because David Ohak and Ashton Cox, they want to really elevate themselves up the table. Luke Whitehead though leads then. Jan-Nicolas Erbrich is showing on our screens as in second place, and Red One Messaoud is now down into third place, according to the timing sheets, that is, as we now make our way through. So we'll have to double check that. Yeah, there is Messaoud then. So Jan-Nicolas Erbrich is apparently ahead. It might change as they cross the line and head our way on towards the first corner. At the moment though, currently classed as third place as we make our way through onwards now towards the avenue and then through Denton's, and this could be a battle for position as we make our way through. I think there is actually Erbrich moving up the inside. You've also got David Ohak then trying to make his way through. That is Erbrich there, so that's actually Rissar making his way through. I think Red One Messaoud's in trouble here. He's falling down the order at a rate of knots. Rissar's past him, Ohak's past him, and now Ashton Cox has passed him. Red One Messaoud goes onto the grass, and I don't think there's any stopping that one. Hits into the barrier there, collects the other car then. Who's that one then? That's the number 8 car of Parner. So Parner, a complete innocent bystander there. Messaoud, I think he had problems and issues leading up to that one, ran wide onto the grass, and there was just no stopping that car. You saw the brake lights on, just no stopping it. That's a complicated one for Messaoud, much more I think than driver error.
It looks like Messaoud just overshot the corner a little bit, if not had a bit of understeer to aid him into that wall, clips the wall, and unfortunately collects the bystander of Parner of the number 8 Bentley. But Luke Whitehead now has a gap of 1 lap to the driver behind.
Yeah, well, it will take, if that's accurate, of course, that will be a huge message for Luke Whitehead to send. At the moment, though, he leads the way. Let's have a look at a replay of what happened then. So riding on board then with Red One Messaoud. So he was currently in third place then as we make our way through. And let's see what exactly happens here, because this seems a bit more deep-rooted at the moment. There you can see that was Rissar making his way through down the inside. and we now made our way on towards Lakeside. There you saw David Ohak make his way through, and then you have Ashton Cox who will find his way through as well. And then as they headed in towards Island Bend there, he got onto the grass, and there was just no stopping it. Clips the barrier there, and then gets hit by the rear then of a completely helpless Parner there, who just ran into the back of him there, completely nowhere for him to go. But yeah, a huge moment then for Redwan Messaoud. He's pretty much out of this race now, unfortunately. What that does mean, though, is Jan-Nicolas Urbrecht moves up into second place, Ressart moves up into third, and this three-car train now becomes a battle for that final podium position.
Yeah, that final Nicholas position. No, that final third position is currently in the hands of Ressart, but Ohak and Cox are not far behind. They're right on the edge of getting that podium, and I'm sure they'll stop at nothing to get that position out of Ressart's hands. You see Ohak just taking advantage of the positions that are that were being made, but it looks like Mama's in the grass. That was an interesting. Looks like he was doing a couple of donuts, a little bit of showboating. That may be he must have just been rotating the car back around. But we're back on board, and it looks like Ohak has got past Ressart.
He has, and he moved now up into third place, and I don't think Ressart will let him have that lying down. Ashton Cox in the background as well, looking to try and take advantage if the two ahead of him fall afoul and run amok. But making our way now down the avenue in towards Denton's and then in towards the left-hander of Cascades. We've already seen how tough, demanding and tricky this track has been for drivers and cars alike. We've seen it catch out the likes of Redwan Messaoud, Antares and Urquizy, so it's not an easy track here. And as we see, David Ohak now trying to hold on to that third place as Ressart runs a little deep in towards Shell Oil's corner and collected by Ashton Cox there. Now has to rejoin. He'll fall down to fifth place there. More than meets the eye, I think, with that incident. But that started when Ressart just ran a little bit too deep in towards Shell Oil's corner there.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a yellow flag on it, and not a yellow flag, a blue flag on our hands. That is McEwing, who's going to have to let the drive behind pass. Can't exactly see which car that is right now. I see the number 89 of Tom McEwing, but the black and red Bentley behind. You can see the blue flags waving restlessly to the driver in front. But it looks like nothing's really being done right now, and not really impeding the drive behind, is he? But we have Mama, the 109, who we saw doing donuts on the grass earlier. Unfortunately, spun the car there, and it looks like it was Legreston who is behind the car of, I can't remember who it was. It was McEwing now. So McEwing, a blue flag object for Legreston.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, so Legreston was the one who was trying to make his way through, trying to benefit from those blue flags. Currently, though, in 7th place, and another 5-second penalty added to the end of his race. But Abea, his closest rival, is more than half a minute behind, so it won't affect his position at all at the end of this race. Then heading into the final 2 minutes of this race, then Luke Whitehead leads the way ahead of Jan-Nicolas Urbrecht. And it's really been a case of Luke Whitehead staying out of trouble, making the fewest mistakes possible and managing to drive one of the cleanest races out there. It just shows you that if you keep your nose clean, if you keep your grill clean around this track, your chances are you will find yourself up a position. Ressart is now back up into 4th place ahead of, I believe, that is Ashton Cox in the 158 car. So Ressart now back into 4th place, but it looks like David Ohak is long gone. You can see there he's now making his way upwards now Clay Hill, ready to take the right-hander of Druids Corner. So that battle for 3rd place, I think, is over. What it will become now is the battle between Ressart and Cox for that final 4th place position. And just over 60 seconds to go then. Legreston has to let through a car then, and then gets onto the grass. You don't want to be on there for too long. On go the anchors, and he just about avoids the tyre wall there that's already claimed Messaoud there. Messaoud's still running in this race then. He's rejoined onto the circuit, currently out there in 11th place. There he is, so he will still be scoring points in this race, so that is great to see. He hasn't given up on this one just yet, but we'll be looking for better races later on tonight.
Yeah, Luke Whitehead, what I would like to mention is I don't think we've actually seen one mistake on camera by this driver. He's been driving one of the cleanest races of his career. as you said, keeping his grill clean on that Bentley. I'm sure the Ashtois team will be proud of how he's performed in this race, making his way through Druids now. We've seen him in qualifying and practice a few times go off there, but he hasn't done it once in this race as he makes his way up into Lodge Corner, and he will make his way onto the final lap now.
No, it's not the final lap anymore. It will be for the checkered flag as Luke Whitehead then will take the win here and the checkered flag as he takes the win for the first race of the Triple Challenge. A great performance for him then. Jan-Niklas Erbrich is a long way behind as he now makes his way in towards the right-hander here of Druids Corner. He'll then eventually find his way upwards towards a Lodge Corner there. And I think Luke Whitehead would have made the cut then for another lap, but he decided he didn't want to go for another one. Jan-Niklas Erbrich then just has to keep that front end clean and he'll be able to claim second place with David Ohak. Then he's done really well to try and close in on that gap. Jan-Niklas Erbrich though crosses the line to take second place. David Ohak, really happy there he is with that third place. There is your race winner, Luke Whitehead. Kept his mistakes down to a minimum, driving to a T, and around one of the toughest tracks here in Britain, has done a superb job when others have faltered. What a race there for Luke Whitehead. It's Rissart in 4th place, Ashton Cox in 5th with JP Slater, I think the only car left on the lead lap. Legreston takes the checkered flag for 7th place, Elbrecht in 8th, Abaya in 9th with Parna, who at some point will cross the line to take 10th place. Messaoud then was leading this race, but he goes down to 11th place, a couple of laps down on the race leader. McEwing in 12th place, then Marma 13th, Afonseca, Antares and Akizi, I don't believe, made the final cut. Afonseca is staying there. He rejoined the race. He's about 3 laps down and will take the finish there. But Antares and Akizi not making the checkered flag. And just 30 minutes and 6 seconds, Luke Whitehead shows us how it's done at Oulton Park. A really solid drive from him.
A great drive from Luke Whitehead. Didn't fault in any way, shape or form. Kept his nose clean and also kept the bumper clean as well. Had a great qualified P2 and then just managed to pick up the mistake of Messaoud and take home that race win for the Ashtois team.
Absolutely. And I think Luke Whitehead has really shown us that it's a tricky track, it's very narrow, and although he didn't necessarily qualify on the front row, he kept his mistakes down to a minimum, really drove a clean race, and it shows with that race win.
Yeah, that race win, I'm sure he'll be happy with that one. As I said, kept it really clean. As you said, he drove to a T, and I think that's a great way of putting it. He actually won the race by pretty much 40 seconds over the drive behind, absolutely commanding that race in those last stages. And I'd say I wouldn't fault him in any way, shape or form.
Absolutely not. And Jan-Niklas Erbrich doing a great job as well, taking hold of that second place with David Ohak rounding off the top 3. And I have to be honest, that's not the top 3 I would have predicted going into the race tonight.
No, it was a chaotic race. There was lots of action, and I'd say anyone could have taken those top 3 spots if anything could have happened, because it was very unpredictable, that race. I think that's fair to say. And that 3rd spot was definitely up for grabs for a couple of drivers.
Absolutely. And of course, we've got much more racing action here coming up tonight. We've got Snetterton in some Aston Martins. You're looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. Make sure you join us after this very short break. We'll see you soon.
World Pro Racing, where sim racing becomes real.
For only €5 a month, experience every high-definition moment on your TV, tablet, phone or PC. Great teams, great moments, and so much more. TSN from Melita is your ticket to stay in the game. Visit melita.com/sports.
Senna was a god. No one could even dream to follow him.
I'm from a very humble background.
The role of women at that time were really difficult.
It's just so dangerous. You're risking not only your life, but also my life.
Wish your Wi-Fi network would just work in any room? Our new Stellar Wi-Fi is AI assisted to give you the smoothest, fastest possible Wi-Fi throughout your home. Stellar Wi-Fi, assisted by AI, exclusive to Melita. Find out more in-store or online.
World Pro Racing, where sim racing becomes real.
Hi, I'm Adrian Figallo. I'm one of the directors of World Pro Racing. I'm also the race director for all the races from World Pro Racing, as most of you maybe know. I'm here today to make a call for anybody out there that would like, obviously, to be part of our team, our stewarding team at World Pro Racing. You'll be obviously taking the experience with us, with myself, and obviously my colleague and the director of World Pro Racing, also George, who's also the chief steward. We're both licensed stewards, so we're bringing the experience you get from real motorsport into esports. So all the people that will join the team, obviously enough, they'll be shadowing us during our races and giving them all the tips necessary to take various decisions. When it comes to motorsport, it depends what you're looking at. If you're having a formula race, it's one set of rules, and obviously you need to look at incidents and particular situations in one way. If it's a GT3 race, you need to look at rules in another way. So you'll be taking all this experience with us by shadowing with us, and then also being with us during the races to take any final decisions and discussions about particular situations together, so that we give the right penalties. That's very important, if need be, for that particular situation. Stewards are there during a race to have a fair playing field, to look that there is a fair playing field for all the drivers on track. So sometimes it's not an easy job to do, because obviously enough you need to take certain decisions against drivers, but it's important that from your side you do it in the right manner, balanced way, and obviously enough giving the right decision, giving the right penalties, and obviously protecting other drivers from any particular bad situation created by a third driver in that situation, so that it's fair on everybody. It's not an easy job, as I already said, but definitely fun, and obviously enough it's something that makes you grow. I take it from my personal experience myself, obviously enough. It started from passion to motorsport, then obviously enough got more involved into motorsport, got into general motorsport, because obviously I was at one time just going through one motorsport myself, but then got into general motorsport, and obviously enough got into race direction and also stewarding. This took me various places outside the island of Malta to shadow race directors, to be with foreign stewards, and also to be with the biggest pool of stewards from across the globe, even at a FIA level, and even learning there, and obviously sharing with us these experiences that they go through the year, from which obviously enough we always learn. Being a steward, it's a learning curve. Don't give up on that. Some people say, oh, because it's this, because it's that. Anything that you do in life is not easy. Stewarding, being with us, next to us, will pass on our experience to you, and obviously enough that will make you feel much better, and obviously will also give you the leeway to look at particular situations yourself and give your own decisions. And obviously enough we tip you if you're wrong, or obviously enough we tell you, listen, yes, you're going you're taking the right path to take the final decision on that particular situation. So if you're away from Malta, across the globe, you can join us. Still, we can do this remotely. You can obviously join us on discord.worldproracing.com. If you're locals here in Malta, that could be also a physical visit to our place here, to our obviously adjudication room, where you'll be sitting with us and going through the races with us, and obviously learning there with us. So locals and foreigners, take this opportunity. What you will learn, you can also then try to take it also into real life. So join us on Discord, or all our social media, being it Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Get in touch with us from there, and obviously enough we'll tell you how you can join our stewarding and obviously race direction team. Thanks for watching.
Welcome back, everybody, to the World Pro Racing Triple Challenge, brought to you here on YouTube, Facebook, Esports TV, Motorsports TV, the Race, TVM Sport, and of course brought to you by our sponsors down below. Welcome back to the second race. We have, of course, Snetterton coming up for you in the Aston Martin GT3 cars. And classic track, great cars to bring you. I'm here alongside Kai Bacchini, bringing you the second race here. We're jumping into practice in the closing stages of the free practice session. Kai, we're coming off the back of an Alton Park race that had a little bit of everything. Drama, lead changes, a leader from the race not having the best of times. It sets it up perfectly for this second race.
Yeah, I think a lot of drivers will be wanting to try and get a better result than they did in the previous race at Alton Park. I think that quite a few drivers that made mistakes, I think this is their chance to show what they can really do and what they are able to do in this race.
Absolutely, and it's, of course, Snetterton, the 300 circuit was designed by Jonathan Palmer, and it really is just that unique challenge. This complex layout with corners left, right and centre, combined with the long straights of the Senna straight and the Bentley straight, really is going to keep the drivers on their toes. Watch out as well for the corners at Bombhole, Coram and Murray's, really going to take advantage of a driver who is not prepared for it at all. In these GT3 cars, you're only going to get an average speed on a lap of this circuit of around 77 miles per hour, so your car has to be responsive and reliable through the high-speed corners such as Riches and Brundle, while not losing too much speed down the Senna and Bentley straights. I mean, it's just a track here that really puts the challenge in the name. We're riding on board with Hamada Akizi, who once again is topping the practice timing sheets with a 146.155. It's a great track, this one. I do love coming here.
Yeah, Snetterton, a great track, 12 corners, 4,779 meters, a very long track and many technical sections for these drivers to tackle. Track record around here is 148.498 by Phil Keen in the Lamborghini Huracan. We are driving the 300 layout, which is also shared by the Touring Cars Superbike and, of course, the British GT. Now, compared to the Bentley Continental, which we just saw, which had a 4-litre twin-turbo V8 and was front-engined, these Aston Martin Vantage GT3s are a front-engine car with a 4-litre twin-turbo V8. So, quite similar to the Bentley, which they are that they were driving, but I'd say it's all about the feel of the car, and especially there's not as I'd say it's quite a similar car, but there's a little more torque on the bottom end from these cars.
Absolutely. Here comes Hamada Akizi then making his way on towards the start-finish straight. What sort of lap time will he set? His fastest has been a 146.1 so far. He comes across the line and it's a 147.2. And I think towards the end of this session, drivers are focusing on their race pace and focusing on putting a bit of fuel in the car and seeing how the car responds. And these Aston Martins, I mean, even with all of the different liveries on, they're so recognisable. And to be honest with you, they look absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, Aston Martin Vantage, one of the best looking cars in the game, I'd say. You're going to see this car come from a mile back. It's absolutely stunning, and it's got an iconic look, which everyone will remember, especially when someone pulls off an outstanding overtake. As we are currently on board with Silver Pyramids as he makes his way down the back straight and into the Brundle, then the Nelson part of the chicane, and who's that going off up ahead? That was quite a wide line from the black and orange Aston Martin Vantage GT3 behind, as we now see down through Bombhole, and we make our way down into Coram, and a very tight snap into Murray's now. You see, just using the curb, has to get the car completely stopped for the corner. Now we bomb down the Senna straight, also known as the home straight, and across the line we will start a new lap.
Yeah, 49.0 then from Silver Pyramids as he now sets a lap time on the board. And that was Ashton Cox there you saw going a little bit off track there. It was one of the Ashtois Racing cars, and it was indeed Ashton Cox who just got it a little bit wrong there. We're riding on board now with Hamada Akizi as he now makes his way in towards Murray's and across towards the center straight to complete the lap here. And the start-finish line here is a long, long way down this straight. You're going to have to be on the throttle for a long, long time. Akizi comes across the line, 45.9 from Hamada Akizi. And he'll be wanting this time around, at least in the race, to really get a good start. He fell all the way down to 16th place in the first lap last time out at Alton Park, just a half an hour ago. Now he's topping the timing sheets again in practice. The last time he did that at Alton Park, he actually qualified in second place behind this man, Redwan Messaoud.
I'd say Redwan Messaoud definitely has something to prove in this race. We saw a massive mistake from the driver, which has just made a massive mistake again, but not as big as last time. We saw him understeer onto the grass, hit the wall, and then get collected by another driver. So Redwan Messaoud, he has got something to prove here at the Snetterton Circus.
He really, really does, and he wants to try and get those points back on the board. He did have that moment going in towards the hairpin at Alton Park, and now he's got a job on his hands to try and get some points back. Did finish 11th in the last race, didn't throw in the towel, and kept on going. Last lap time there of a 49.5. Of course, with that mistake on that lap, it was always going to be slightly off the pace there, but on he goes then for another flying lap. Just over 60 seconds left in this practice session before we then move in to the 15 minutes of qualifying, and there is your race winner at Alton Park, Luke Whitehead, now making his way in towards Wilson, and on we go then towards the left-hander of Palmer. And Luke Whitehead, third in this practice session. He's been here before, Kai, hasn't he?
Yeah, Luke Whitehead, he has been in this position before, and I'm sure he's been here many times actually, but half a second off Akwizi currently with the fastest time though. That's not the most promising position to be in for Luke Whitehead. He absolutely dominated the previous race, but he's down in P3, half a second off his teammate and half a second off the fastest driver on the board. That's another driver off in the grass, which we've seen a couple of times now. And I think something to pick up on is also Wilson, the current hairpin, was previously called Montreal. Many people get it mixed up, but we'll try our best to make sure that we call it Wilson, which it is currently named.
Yeah, named after the late Justin Wilson, of course, lost his life in IndyCar back in 2015, renamed to honour his memory there as one of the British drivers there to lose their lives doing a sport that they love. Of course, racing in Formula One in the early and mid 2000s before making his move across to America to compete in the likes of IndyCar. Tom McEwing then making his way through the long left-hander here of Palmer. Onwards he will go then to the left-hander of Agostini, and of course you have to make sure you pick out your braking point here. Heavy on the brakes as you make your way in towards this left-hander, slowing the car all the way down and onwards then towards the left-hander of Hamilton, onwards then towards the right-hander of Oggies. There you go, flying through Hamilton. Oggies really comes at you at a high rate of knots just after you've dispatched of Hamilton. Now you've got to prepare the car for Oggies through that double right-hander. Then you've got Williams up ahead. A long flowing corner here. Don't take too much curb and don't be too eager on the throttle. It will catch you out. You've got to have the apex speed as you make your way then down the Bentley straight. The checker flag is out then for this practice session as we make our way with Tom McEwing in the McEwing Motorsport Aston Martin through Brundle. That quick left-hander before Nelson comes at you. That fast right-hander trying to slow the car down there. Through Bombhole then, through that long right-hander. A bit of a dip in the track there. Really wanting to catch the car out. Then you go through the long right-hander of Coram, and of course here picking out your braking point for Murray's is really difficult because you're still turning the car when you have to try and apply the anchors and slow that car down. Entry speed is important here. You've got to get the apex of Murray, otherwise you leave yourself vulnerable for the center straight. But that's a brief lap of the circuit on board with Tom McEwing as we now make our way in towards qualifying. Akizi, once again, the fastest man in practice. But when it comes to qualifying, one lap pace, Redwan Messaoud has shown he can do it.
Yeah, he has shown that he's able to do it, and I'm sure he'll be able to prove that he's able to do it in the race if he doesn't make the same mistake that he did in Alton. But Akwizi 4/10 quicker than anyone else on the field. So I think that's definitely put a statement out there that he is here to cause an issue for some other drivers.
Luke Whitehead then half a second off in that practice session. But as we've said before, he's been in that situation before at Alton Park just about half an hour ago. He's got the potential here to make it 2 for 2 out of race wins.
Yeah, I think he's a calm and consistent driver, and he's definitely able to make it 2 out of 2 wins. It's just a factor of, does he get caught up in an incident, or is he able to keep it clean like he did in Alton?
We're about to find out then as we head soon in towards that qualifying session then. And there we can see we rejoin onto the track, and just very similar to the conditions we had at Alton Park in qualifying. It just looks rather grim out there with those grey clouds looming over this track.
Yeah, it does look like it is going to hold over, though. I don't think we will get any rain. We didn't get any in Alton, so hopefully we don't get any here in Snetterton. The air temperature is currently 14 degrees Celsius, and we do have a track temperature of 19 degrees Celsius, so a very cool and collected track for these drivers, and I'm sure quite a few of them will be happy and comfortable with these conditions.
Let's find out how they will get on. Kesey, the fastest man in practice earlier on, and will be hoping to try and put himself onto the front row of the grid. He was on the front row of the grid in the last qualifying session at Alton Park until about 2 minutes to go, when Redwan Messaoud pulled out that lap time just under 0.03 of a second quicker to claim that pole position. We'll see if Hamada Akezi can this time grab pole position on his way then through Murray's, and you see a little bit of a wider entrance there to try and maximise the exit down the centre straight, riding on board then, on board, steering wheel and all, as he makes his way on towards Riches here. This first right-hander really testing the car down to third gear, trying to get the car steered in, then back up the gears as we make our way through in towards the first of the hairpins towards Wilson, then slowing the car all the way down into first gear, making sure you really pick up that apex, and then going through the gears once again as you now make your way on towards this long left-hander of Palmer. Bit of traffic up ahead for Kesey. Of course, we've got 12 minutes on the clock, so it won't be the end of the world if he doesn't get this lap time on the board, as one car flies out of the way, as we now focus on Agostini braking hard then for the second of the hairpins around this track, slowing that car all the way down, try and get the apex there. Left-hander of Hamilton coming up, pick out your spot here. The track tells you where it turns left. Just have to make sure you carry as much speed through there as possible, getting onto the curb slightly before you have to slow the car then down for Oggies, down into first gear again. A little bit of a kick of oversteer from the car then as you exit and apply the throttle in towards Williams, then the long right-hander before you get onto the Bentley straight, and this is your time for rest at this point here. It's the straightest part of this track, the longest time you're on that throttle pedal as you make your way now towards Brundle and Nelson. Through this quick left-hander of Brundle, you can see a bit of opposite lock as you try to turn in for Brundle, then to slow it down for Nelson, but if you clatter that sleeping policeman curb there, it will unsettle the car. Through Bomb Hole then, which goes downhill just as you start to turn in, and then obviously it goes uphill after that as well, so you've really got to be careful with how stable the car is. Through Coram then, and trying to slow that car down now in towards Murray's. Remember, the exit speed of this corner is critical. Sacrifice your entrance if you need to, and Kesey then builds up the speed, goes through the gears and across the start finish line, down the centre straight. What lap time is this going to be? It's going to be a 46.935, which for now puts him on provisional pole position. Jan-Nicholas Erbrich in second place, and David Ohak rounding off the top three for now.
Yeah, I think there's quite a few places where Akezi can improve on the lap. We saw him hammer the curb in the chicane, that sausage curb, just not very confident. Well, he was confident over the curb, but it's not very comfortable for that car to hit. You can see the suspension taking a hit from that as he goes flying off into the gravel trap, did Kesey, as we see Ohak. It looks like he had a bit of a worse lap, though, 3 seconds off the fastest lap right now, so I'm sure he'll be looking to improve on that.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll have to wait and see how he gets on out there, as we see David Ohak then 2.6 seconds off the pole position time so far, as he now makes his way in through the next couple of corners. That's through Oggies and then in towards Williams then, and it's an interesting part of the circuit there. We just saw I think that was one of the Ashtois racing cars just parked to the side there and heading back to the pit lane from the menu. Of course, the luxury of sim racing is that you don't have to come all the way back to the pits. You can literally just press 2 buttons and you're back there to start with. David Ohak now making his way through Brundle and then in through Nelson, slowing that car down as he then has to make his way through Bomb Hole. We'll have to wait and see whether this is some sort of in lap, or maybe he's winding up for a lap. Who knows? He might even be on a lap as he now makes his way through that long right-hander of Coram, looking to build on that podium he got at Alton Park as well. Third place to his name so far. Good amount of points so far next to his name. And now onwards then on the exit of Murray's and onwards now towards the centre straight and the start-finish line. What sort of lap time is this going to be from David Ohak as he makes his way across the line? He had a banker before. He doesn't anymore. A 47.391, less than half a second now off the pole position time, which now puts him into third place.
Yeah, Luke Whitehead currently on a lap right now. You can see he has a little bit of traffic ahead of him, which isn't perfect for the car. 202, you can see the Ash-Trois car making his way down the straight. A distinct livery, which we will not forget throughout these 3 races. Luke Whitehead puts himself on pole by nearly 1 second. A 146.032 is set by the Ash-Trois driver, 9 attempts quicker than his teammate of Equezy. Equezy dominated practice, but is Luke Whitehead going to poke something out the back here in qualifying?
Well, Keezy's got about 8 minutes to go. Then as Elias Antares just gets a little bit too familiar with those sleeping policeman curbs there. Takes a lot of them, and it does unsettle the car. Jan-Niklas Erbrich then in third place right now. Fastest lap time of a 47.292, which is enough for that coveted spot on the second row of the grid as he now makes his way all the way in towards Brundle and then towards Nelson here, slowing that car down, watching out for that sleeping policeman. It will catch you out there if you are not careful, as you've got another car just heading off the road and possibly heading back towards the pit lane. I think that would have been the 690 car, which I think that's Rassar, so just him getting out of the way, possibly making himself some room out on track, making sure he gets as much space as possible to set a clean lap. Jan-Niklas Erbrich then, is he making his way back to the pits? No, he's not. He's getting a shorter run to the line as he possibly can. He might have a little bit of a tow from one of the Ash-Trois racing cars up ahead, and it's a 46.683, which now puts him into second place. So a nice lap time then from Erbrich.
Yeah, not a bad lap time from Erbrich there. Manages to get himself second, but still 6.5 temps off Luke Whitehead. That's quite a considerable gap. As we have a look on board with Elias Antares. Let's see what he's able to do here. We saw him hit those sausage curbs earlier and settled the car and got sent flying into the grass and the gravel trap. First gear for extra rotation. Up through the gears now. Hopping over the grass is the Aston Martin car. Gets unsettled under braking, and that sends him off the track into the grass. That's going to lose him a lot of time right there. Antares just not feeling this car right now, not getting into the groove, and I think this is definitely going to cost him.
It will do, especially on that lap alone. Okizi is now back out onto the track and ready to try and scythe that gap down. That's 9/10 of a second as he now makes his way through bomb hole and then in towards the long right-hander of Coram. So he'll be looking to try and claim that pole position. He's got Luke Whitehead, who looks amazing in form right now, doesn't he? We're still, I think, waiting for a lap from Red One Messaoud then. He's taken the number 2 car this time, but he's now making his way through Coram, so we're expecting a lap time from him very, very shortly. Here comes Okizi, then he's got a little bit of a tow from one of his teammates up ahead as he heads towards the line, and it's a 46.389, which now puts him into second place provisionally, 3.5 back from Luke Whitehead. There is David Ohak then, who gives a little bit of a flash of the lights then, so maybe either warning a driver ahead that he was coming through or not happy with one of the drivers there. Either way, he's making his way on towards the start-finish straight. Let's see if this can be an improvement for the number 13 car. It is an improvement. 46.932 puts him now, stays in 4th place I should say, but now moves him within 9/10 of a second.
Within 9/10 of the set of the leader now. We saw 9/10 between second and first before Luke Whitehead and Okizi in 1 and 2, but still 3/10 between them. Okizi found a bit of time on that lap, but it's not quite enough for the Ash-Trois driver in the 404. Aston Martin seems to be suiting Luke Whitehead's driving style completely. It looks like JP Slater does it improve his time to a 1:49.674. He gets himself up into P8. 3.5 seconds off the lead driver, so a couple of mistakes being made from some drivers, as we see Red One Messaoud as we make his way down the Bentley straight now. He's going to make his way down into Brundle very shortly. Picks his braking point. Goes very fast into Brundle, carrying as much speed as possible through this section. Tries not to run any wider than he has to. As we make our way down through Bomb Hole now. And he's going to make his way through the long right-hander of Corum. And he's going to have to soon start thinking about Murray's as he makes his way down into the sharp. Murray's still turning for that right-hander, but manages to get it cut in for Murray's and down the center straight. He's going to get a close run to line. Doesn't take that high line that we've seen drivers looking for. He crossed the line. It was a 1:47.364, but it was an invalid lap time. So that's unfortunate for the driver. Off into the grass already again.
Red One Messaoud has got to get a lap time on the board. He hasn't got long left on the clock. Ashton Cox setting a lap time there of a 48.885, which has put him into 6th place on the grid. 3rd row of the grid for him, but 2.8 seconds off of Luke Whitehead. Red One Messaoud then making his way now towards the next left-hander of Agostini. And again, the clouds are looming. We're not expecting any rain here at Snetterton, at least in this qualifying session. Runs deep into Agostini, but that could be, you know, corrected, and it could be made even better if he gets the exit speed that he wants, going in towards Hamilton and then in towards the right-hander of Oggies, then just trying to get the car turned in there. You want to get on the throttle, but then there's another right-hander coming up your way in Williams going through here. And again, Messaoud wants a lap time on the board. We've got 3 minutes of qualifying left in this session. It is Luke Whitehead on pole position. Hamada Akizi is in 2nd place, with Jan-Nicolas Erbrich rounding off the top 3. David Ohak is in 4th place. Tom McEwing doing a great job there. He's currently in 5th place. Silver Pyramid in 6th place. Ashton Cox in 7th. JP Slater is in 8th place. Ebeya is in 9th. And Afoseka is rounding off the top 10, still waiting for lap times from Antares, Messaoud, Ressar, Elbrecht, Legreston and Marma. Not a valid lap time set from any of them so far.
And with only 2 minutes 30 left in this session, they don't have long to get themselves sorted out and get themselves a lap time on the board. And I think it's fair to say right now there's quite a large time gap between the drivers that have set a time. To be honest, there is 7 seconds between, and sorry to interrupt myself, but it looks like Messaoud has managed to improve his time, but he hasn't improved it enough. Still 1 second off the Ashtois teammates of Luke Whitehead and Akizi. Only 7/100ths between the two drivers now. This is getting close.
It is getting mightily close now, as Hamada Akizi has made it clear that Luke Whitehead might just have to push just a little bit harder in order to hold on to that pole position time. Akizi wants it. He really, really wants it. He's just seen, and he's just proven to everybody in that practice session, he is quick around here. As we see the number 31 car then trying to flash the headlights, trying to find a way through. It is one of the Ashtois racing cars. It is Antares as he's trying to make his way through now in through Williams, and we now see Prit Parna then making his way down the back straight. Now, if he's on a flying lap, he doesn't necessarily have to let that Ashtois racing car through. I think Antares has actually realised that and backed right off in order to make sure he's got enough space out on track. But Parna now making his way through Brundle and then in towards Nelson to try and complete his lap. And then Fonseca makes his way across the line. Can he improve on his own lap time? 51.780 is currently his best lap time. It's good enough for 12th place in the standings right now. Less than 60 seconds on the clock. What about Red One Messaoud then? Can he get a lap time on the board? That'll push him up further up the order, making his way through Coram and now on towards the left-hander of Murray's, trying to get that car slowed down. It's a very easy corner to overcommit on. Watch the exit there. Don't want to take too much curb. You can invalidate your lap time that way. Messaoud making his way towards the line. Can he improve on 5th place? Yes, he can. He goes 2nd place and loses out on provisional pole by 0.003 of a second. He still has time for one more lap.
Yeah, I was gonna say, don't count out Red One Messaoud just yet. 0.003 on off that pole position, but he's still got one more lap to improve. It's minimal time that he has to find, but it's going to be hard. He's under pressure, and he's got no more time on the clock left to save him. Akizi's going to make his way to the line. What's he going to be able to do here? He crosses the line, and what's it going to be? A 1:46.014. He's going to go provisional pole for now, but 1/10 and 2/10 behind him is his two teammates of Luke Whitehead and Red One Messaoud. Ashton Cox currently on a lap right now as he makes his way round bum hole and down into Coram right now. He's going to pick his braking point for Murray's right now. Get the car over to the right-hand side to snap back for the left. Through Murray's goes the Aston Martin. And Ashton Cox is going to go down the home straight. He's going to cross the line. And what's it going to be here for the Ashtar driver? It's going to be a 148.894. So it's only going to be 10 for Ashton Cox. Now, with 1 minute 15 left in the session, we do have a couple of drivers still left out on the track. Do we have the 202 out on the track, though? Or do we have the number 2 car? I don't think we do.
No, so Elbrecht then is making his way towards the line. I believe he's going to be the last person to set a lap time here as he makes his way across the line. And yes, he is. So that is the qualifying session over then. A very, very close top 3 then. But it is Luke Whitehead who grabs that pole position ahead of Redwan Messaoud. 3 thousandths of a second. You can't really get any closer than that if you tried.
It's so close between these drivers. That just shows the skill level. And the skill gap is so close between these drivers. I think Snetterton is proving to be a good race.
I think it is, to be honest with you. We've got 30 minutes coming up, and if you've just tuned in, welcome along wherever you are watching. We are very happy to bring you this coverage of the World Pro Racing series here. And I'm really looking forward to this second race of the Triple Challenge. We've got Aston Martins around this Snetterton circuit, and we've got half an hour to see those cars and see exactly how they come about. Remember as well, 1 mandatory pit stop in this race. Refueling only. You don't have to change your tyres. It can be made from the first 10 minutes in the race, and the pit window closes at the last 10 minutes of the race. So it's literally a 10-minute window that the drivers have to make their mandatory pit stop. We saw drivers take the early route into the pits. We saw drivers wait out a little bit. For Luke Whitehead, he pitted early, and it got him a huge advantage in the race.
Yeah, the undercut worked perfectly for Luke Whitehead there. He actually got a 7-second gap just from pitting a little bit earlier in the race, but I'm sure he'll take that experience and he'll put it into play here at Snetterton. And something to remember is 2 drivers actually forgot about that pit window and missed that pit window. They will have received penalties. So let's hope no one forgets this time.
Let's hope. Fingers crossed. It should be at the agenda of everybody there that you have to make that pit stop. I'm pretty sure it comes up in bold letters as well on the driver's HUD. Make a pit stop. But, you know, it's easily missed. I would miss something like that, definitely. I would absolutely miss something like that. But we've got Snetterton race coming up very, very shortly for you to enjoy. So sit back and relax and watch this one. We've got some Ashtar racing cars absolutely dominating here. But whilst they qualified strong at Alton Park, only one of them went on to convert their strong qualifying positions into the race win. That was Luke Whitehead. He looks in prime position to make it 2 for 2.
Yeah, he's looking very strong right now, but don't forget his teammates. Remember, Equeezy starting on pole. He did manage to grab pole by just nearly 2 tenths. Luke Whitehead in second and Messaoud in third. It looks like Ashtar is going to be covering the top 3. Let's hope they're able to do that for the race.
Oh, let's see. Let's find out what happens over the next half an hour then as they make their way through that final quarter of Murray's. Of course, they have to be assigned in their set positions there. Assetto Corsa will give you a box. You have to stay in. And if you don't stay in it for the start, you will get yourself a drive-through penalty. It's a painful wait for these drivers because the start-finish line is so far down the centre straight. But they have to stay in that formation then as we make our way towards that start-finish line. The green flag will be on us any moment now to get action underway here, and they cross the line. Green flags are out, and we are racing. Equeezy then trying to make good of his start then with Luke Whitehead trying to find a way through. Through we go in towards the first corner, and it is Equeezy who takes the lead of this race. Luke Whitehead drops to second place, but we now make our way towards Wilson, and Equeezy defends the inside line then, going through the hairpin there. Massive crash in the background there. 2 cars involved at least in that one going through there. It's the number 690 car of Rainer Rissar. He's caught up in that incident there. I did see another car. There's 2 other cars rejoining the circuit there. We'll have to see. Well, we just saw out of the corner of our eyes 2 cars just take evasive action there, and into the wall they went. But Hamada Ekizi leading the way then. JP Sleater has come straight back to the pits then. Obviously a lot of damage to the car then, and we'll have to wait and see if he actually does rejoin on this race, whether the damage is just a little bit too much for the car. Ekizi then takes the lead of this race. Luke Whitehead in second. Red One Messaoud in third, with Jan Nicholas Erbrich in fourth. Silver Pyramid is in fifth place. David Ohak is in sixth. Ebeya is in seventh place. McEwing in eighth. Cox in ninth, and Marma rounds off the top 10. Meanwhile, though, we're going side by side. We're 2 wide right now. Does Messaoud think about making it 3 wide? He will, you know, going in towards Brundle then. Who's going to have the better line through? Luke Whitehead round the outside, gets the move done in towards Nelson. Great move from Luke Whitehead. He now takes the lead of this race.
Yeah, Luke Whitehead looking in amazing form to take the race win here today. Equizi very close behind though, and I think he's definitely going to be the biggest challenge to Whitehead. He's currently got the race lead, but I'm sure he will not have it for long, as we do have a race, a replay of this race start. See drivers squirming either side of each other, as we see Rassar trying to go around the outside of Pyramids ahead, goes a little bit wide onto the grass, seems to get squirmish, and straight into the side of another car, collects someone else as well, and that's just an unfortunate pile-up that occurred. So Luke Whitehead still controlling the lead of this race, but don't count out either of these drivers behind, and it looks like we have Ashton Cox defending from McEwing. McEwing looking at every angle that he is able to commit to, and nothing able to pull off yet.
Absolutely, Dave Ohak there, you can see trying to make his way past as well, but Luke Whitehead once again leading the way. But Ekizi had this race for a little bit, had that race lead for a little bit, but we'll want it back for now. Messaoud just waiting in third place right now. We're going side by side here. That's Ashton Cox up the inside of Ebeya. Tom McEwing trying to find his way through there, and for Kirsten Ebeya, in the space of Agostini, has dropped 2 positions there, wanted to go down the inside at Hamilton, but the door was always closing there. He had to back out of that one. Now, if you haven't spotted it yet, top right hand corner, there is rain on the horizon, but it's not due for another about 30 minutes. We could be looking at rain at the end of this race. That is going to keep the drivers on their toes.
Yeah, this is going to get very interesting, especially if we start to see rain in the last couple of the closing quarters of the race, you may say. And I think we'll see a lot of drama if that does manage to happen. Ashton Cox still defending hopelessly from McEwing behind. A lot of pressure from the Aston Martin Vanquish behind him. We see, is he going to look up the inside through Coram? He's going to make his way into Murray's now. Is McEwing just going to sit behind? Yes, he will. Is he going to look for the switch back down the straight? He has a pretty good run. You can see the slipstream working perfectly for McEwing right now. Is he going to have a look up the inside of Ashton Cox? He thinks about it, but has to pull back into position now.
We've got stewards reporting here that there's going to be a drive-through penalty handed to Legreston for causing an avoidable incident. So he will have to serve a drive-through penalty. The stewards have awarded him that penalty. That's just come through from the wire there. And there you can see it's now been added next to his name. So that will be what that drive-through is for. And he'll have to serve that. Well, he'll have to visit the pits twice now, once for the drive-through and another time to make his mandatory pit stop. So that's going to be a little bit of a dent in his race there, being caught up with that incident. I believe with the 188 car, so that was Marma there being caught up with. I don't think we saw that incident happen on the stream, but the incidents have taken, the stewards have taken note of that incident and have deemed these punishable. We've got Antares making his way past the number 19 car there. That was Ebeya, who found himself onto the grass there. Didn't get a great angle of that one, but it just looked like he understeered off the track, Ebeya there. I'd love to be corrected if I'm wrong, though.
Yeah, Ebeya just looks to make a mistake, runs onto the grass, and for Legreston, that's anything but optimal for the driver in 15th position. He's already low down in the field, but with that drive-through, that's not going to aid him in any way, shape, or form. Ebeya, he does drop down to P10 now, but I'm sure he will be chasing straight back onto the back of Antares to try and gain that position back. Now, Ohak in P5, defending from Pilmeters behind, as we have a replay now of Legreston. Look on board with Legreston. What's happened here? I think this is the incident from earlier. As you can see, there's just a massive pile up in front. And oh my word, there's lots of drivers caught up in that. One driver got tapped around on the hairpin and just the Constantina effect came into play, and I'm sure that's a little bit of damage for quite a few drivers there.
Yeah, definitely. And we see JP Sleater has come back to the pit lane then shortly after that incident and has not returned to the track. So I'm assuming there that the damage was too much for that, and he will become our first retirement. Every other driver, though, is still in this race for now. Marma is in 16th place in that number 188, currently at the back of the field, but he's still running there. He's just coming up towards Brundle now. Meanwhile, joining onto the lead battle here, Luke Whitehead having to hold off Hamada Urquizy here, and I think this is going to be a really frustrating day for Urquizy if he doesn't at least take advantage and try and take a race win here. He has been quick, he's been consistent in these races. He got unlucky at the first lap at Alton Park, found himself on the wrong side of the wall at the hairpin. Now he's got a chance to try and take a race win here. The only problem is he's got Luke Whitehead right up ahead of him. Are they going to run side by side going through in towards Brundle? No, it doesn't look like it. Let's have a look at Legreston here. Now, this is the incident with the number 188, so this is what the stewards have deemed the incident for, and he's just absolutely missed his braking point there, run straight into the back of the 188 there. That would be what the drive-through is for and has been awarded to by the stewards. So that has been deemed to be the number 60's fault, and punishment has been awarded as such. So there you can see Luke Whitehead holding on to the lead. Elbrecht, though, is having to hold on here against Ressar as we now make our way through Brundle. And that's Ressar going round the outside at Nelson. Can he hold on to that one? No, they come together door to door. And that is Ressar who manages to get the position. Elbrecht falls down to 13th place. And, well, you don't normally see a move going through Brundle there. Ressar just tearing up the rulebook at how to overtake here.
Yeah, that was a brave move from Ressar there, but he just about managed to pull off. It was very close, and it nearly ended in disaster, but he did it perfectly. Well, without any damage being caused to either car. Now, Whitehead under a lot of pressure from Urquizy behind, very close to the rear diffuser is Urquizy. He's looking for that P1 back, but Luke Whitehead is denying him any opportunity in any sort. It looks like he's got a very bad exit. Urquizy looks around the outside, but he doesn't manage to pull anything off. Whitehead holds his line, and Messiaud just sitting behind, waiting for something to happen between these two drivers. And he's just hoping that disaster strikes, but Whitehead not letting Urquizy go for any move in any way, shape, or form. You can see Urquizy just looking for opportunities, looking for every line, but it looks like it's been perfectly covered by Whitehead for now.
Yeah, Whitehead, you did see he made a mistake going through Hamilton there, and it was just a case that he couldn't take advantage. He's made another mistake there, and there goes Urquizy up the inside, says thank you very much, I'll take the lead from you. Luke Whitehead there making two mistakes in the same lap, and this time around he is punished for it. Urquizy now takes the lead of this race, and Luke Whitehead falls down to second place. That will then send a message to Messiaud. It might be his time to strike now as we head down the centre straight and onwards towards Riches once again. And we are not very far away from that pit window opening. We're less than a minute away before drivers will have to think about coming in for a stop. And if the drivers have timed this right, which they have, the pit window will be open at the end of this lap. So it's up to them whether they come into the pits on this lap or not. Who will be the first of them to blink?
Well, I think based off the experience that Luke Whitehead had, it wouldn't be the smartest to try and stay out. As you saw how dominant that early pit stop was, the undercut was outstanding from Luke Whitehead. But it will just be a question of, is he going to be able to pull it off again? Urquizy, you'd think he's able to cover it off, but you never know. Drivers might have different strategies in mind, as there's a back marker ahead. Gets right out of the way of Urquizy. Nearly becomes trouble for Whitehead, but it seems to manage to get out of the way very well. Now, as the drivers are making their way through Williams and onto the Bentley straight now, we have the pit window open for these drivers. And it will just be, as you said, it will just be a question of who blinks first and who thinks this undercut strategy will work around here.
Yeah, the interesting thing as well is the pit window's open, so the first opportunity for drivers to pit will be the race leaders as they now make their way through the right-hander there of Bob Hull and then on towards Coram. So which of these three cars will pit in first? Just in the distance there, you can see Jan-Nicolas Erbrich just staying in touch with his top three right now. But the more they battle, the more it lets Jan-Nicolas Erbrich just stay in touching distance of these three cars. The more they battle, he'll say, the more he's got a chance of making it to that top step. Akizi is then into the pits then, with Whitehead and Messaoud staying out. So Akizi's the first one to blink there. Whitehead and Messaoud will stay out. So too does Jan-Nicolas Erbrich. As we see then a couple of cars into the pit lane then. Akizi is one of them. Oh, we've got Marma who's off the track. That's at Coram. And that looks to me like it could be a possible drop to back end there. However you look at it, he did lose the back end. He's onto the grass. He now rejoins the track though and looks to continue on. Very busy pit lane then. We've got Piermitz, we've got Antares, we've got Cox, and we've got Abea all in the pit lane then to serve their mandatory stop. So too does Marma come into the pits.
And you'd think, oh, never mind, we'll see a replay first of what happened here from Marma. He just overshoots the corner, gets snap oversteer, and that's him onto the grass, rotating round. And that would be quite a few positions lost for Marma. You'd think that Luke Whitehead would have went for that early pit stop based off last race, but it seems like he knows something that we don't. Luke Whitehead and also Messaoud stays out on track right now, and it looks like they're going to be trying the overcut, I guess, then.
I think I know why they're staying out, because now the forecast is 10 minutes away is this rain. So that pit window is going to be very, very tight for these drivers. I think they're trying to hold out and seeing whether this rain will come or not. The ideal scenario will be that the rain falls just as that pit window is open, or starts to close, I should say. And then they'll be able to just make one stop to go onto a set of wet weather tyres rather than having to make two, like the possibility that Akizi will have to make. Luke Whitehead completely quells that theory as he comes in for his mandatory stop.
Maybe Messaoud is going to stick by your theory. We'll have at least some hope in that theory. I think we'll stick by that. Messaoud staying out on track, but Luke Whitehead, it seems like he's had second thoughts on this new strategy, and it looks like we have a bit of defending from Prick Palmer, as he's now, no, not defending, he's trying to attack, sorry, on Piermitz in front in P8, but Palmer, he's very close behind, not in a position to make a move right now, but maybe he will be soon.
Yeah, Piermitz actually got the move done on Parner going in towards Brundle there, and made it look pretty easy, actually. In all honesty, he's made his mandatory stop. He's just trying to charge through the field now as Parner stays out, yet to make his mandatory stop. There is Rassar, who got caught up in earlier incidents, now in 7th place, but has to make a mandatory stop at some point in this race. Still 6.5 minutes left of that pit window open, so a couple of laps still to take that pit stop. Messaoud leads the race though. Jan-Nicolas Erbrich in 2nd, David Ohak in 3rd with Tom McEwing in 4th place, all yet to take their mandatory pit stop. Luke Whitehead is in 5th place, Akizi in 6th with Rassar in 7th place. There is Luke Whitehead, 5th place right now. He has rejoined ahead of Akizi, so that was important for Luke Whitehead to make that done. So he's made an undercut work at Alton Park. He's now made an overcut work at Snetterton.
I'm not gonna try and curse any of the other drivers, but I think the overcut has really paid off for Luke Whitehead. He's now got a 1 second gap to Akizi, but I mean, that could be because Akizi didn't get a very good outlap. He might have made a mistake on his outlap or something like that. But I think if Luke Whitehead had stayed out any longer than that, then Akizi may have jumped in, but I guess we will never know as they make their way through Nelson and down the short straight into Bomb Hole and their way down into the long quarter of Coram. But as we are now on board with Jan-Nicolas Erbrich, one of the drivers who hasn't pitted yet, but he has made his way up into P2 in results of not doing so. I'm sure he will dive into the pit lane soon. With only 5 minutes left of the pit window, I think things are starting to get hectic now.
Yeah, the drivers will all be looking up at the skies thinking, when is that rain going to come? It wouldn't be a race and anywhere in England if there wasn't a little bit of rain on the horizon as well. It seems pretty typical, a trademark British race. But Urbrecht then in second place, and I wonder if the top three are just trying to go by my theory. I mean, we've had drivers come in, they're hoping that if they run a slightly lighter car in between that period, they will still be able to pit in, go onto a set of wet weather tyres, and then try and get to the end of the race. The other thing is, though, they have to make a mandatory pit stop, this top three, so no matter what happens, they have to stop. If that means the rain hasn't hit by the time they've pitted, they've got to pit in, and they've got to decide whether they try and hold it out on the wet weather tyres for maybe a couple of laps, risk them blistering and overheating, or whether they just take the fall, put on a set of dry weather tyres, and if it rains, or when it rains as the forecast is suggesting, then they come in and switch onto a set of wet weather tyres. They're having to work that out on the fly as well, and that's no easy task.
I think what the drivers that have already pitted are hoping and thinking is that if the rain does come within the... Ooh, and that is an off by Eberye. He bounces over the grass, manages to keep control of the car, though. So that's the main thing. But as I was saying, I think the drivers that have already pitted are going to hope that the rain only comes down very lightly in the last 5 minutes of the race and they don't have to pit on for a fresh set of tyre. But Messaoud into the pit lane. He is going to stop into his pit box, but where's he going to drop down to? This is the question on everybody's lips right now, as we see the net leaders, as you may call them, come round and down onto the center straight. Messaoud is going to come out the pit lane now. We see Luke Whitehead stretching down the straight. Messaoud, you see him coming out the pit lane. Where's he come out in accompany to the other drivers, though? It looks like he's going to be side by side with Akizi, sorry. He manages to come out in front of both of them, sorry. So I've completely messed that up. And it looks like Messaoud is in P2. No, sorry, he's battling for P3 now. Looks like the timing board has duped me once again. It looks like Akizi's trying to go around the outside there. Is he going to be able to hold that? No, he won't. He has a touch of the grass. Doesn't lose too much time, though. Messaoud just defending his position right now, I guess.
So Messaoud is trying to make it clear that that second place is his right now. Akizi is doing everything he can to try and find a way past, as now they make their way through Hamilton and on towards Oggies once again. All this is doing is allowing Luke Whitehead to build a gap as Messaoud runs deep in towards Oggies, and there goes Akizi to take second place away once again. And now making our way through Williams, Messaoud drops back down to third place, and that undercut that Messaoud had made work, the pressure from Akizi has worked on him, and Akizi now moves up into second place. Looking up at the grey skies, though, 2 minutes left of the pit window is still open. It's only Elbrecht that's yet to make a stop in this race, as Messaoud there has a little bit of a snap there as he went into Brundle there. Managed to gather it up, though. I thought he might have overrun the corner, but he did really well in recovering that one.
Yeah, Messaoud just manages to catch the car at the last second. So great car control from Redwood. Messaoud in P3 right now for the Ashtois Racing team, running the number 2 car instead of the number 1 car, which we saw last time. You see the lights coming on a couple of the cars now, which means that the track is starting to get darker. Well, at least the surroundings are. You can see the dark clouds just engulfing the sky, engulfing the circuit, and I think we do start to have a threat of rain soon.
Well, it is really threatening with rain. We're expecting rain for the last 5-6 minutes now. All we know is that it's 10 minutes away, but that was about 6 or 7 minutes ago. So it is due at some point in this race. There is Elbrecht then, who's taking the pit lane in. He had to stop on this lap. If he went for another lap, he would have missed that pit window. So he's got no choice but to come in and put on that's a mandatory stop. So there he goes then into the pit lane and gets a fresh set of fuel on board to take him to the end of the race, and won't change his tyres, of course, because there is rain on the horizon. So the rain hasn't come soon enough for drivers to take advantage of their mandatory pit stop. If the rain does fall, now they've got around about 10.5 minutes to go. They're going to have to make a decision at some point. Do they go onto a set of wet weather tyres, or if the rain hits too late onto the race, they might have to make the decision of staying out on these dry tyres?
Yeah, I think quite a few drivers, even if it does start raining, will try and take the risk and stay out on these dry tyres, because I'm sure, as you know, that changing tyres in these GT3 cars, it adds a lot of time onto your pit stop. as they only have 2 crew members to change the tyres at one point. So it will take a while to change tyres. So I think we will see at least one driver try and risk staying on those dry tyres when it does start to rain.
We'll have to wait and see when that rain hits, of course, as Luke Whitehead starts another lap in this race then as he makes his way in towards Riches for another time. Red One Messaoud, though, 3rd place and falling slightly behind Keezy at the moment. Now the gap is 1.2 seconds. Jan-Nicolas Erbrich is in 4th place. He's 8.2 seconds behind the Frenchman of Red One Messaoud as he's just making his way on towards Wilson now, with David Ohak only 1.3 behind that battle. So that could develop into a battle for 4th place. And, well, I'm just having a look here. Tom McEwing 10 seconds now behind, but he's in a bit of a race of his own. Unless Antares has something to say about that one, 2 seconds just behind. Then it's Silver Pyramids in 8th place, Ashton Cox in 9th, and Abaya rounding off the top 10. Top 15, of course, score points in this series, in the Triple Challenge series. So will be added to their scores as long as they make it to the end of the race. Red One Messaoud struggling for grip out there as he now makes his way through. We haven't seen any windscreen wipers go on yet, so it doesn't indicate any heavy rain going on out there. He's having to deal with a back marker now. That's Marma as he's now trying to make his way through then. Yeah, no one activating their their windscreen wipers yet. So the rain, although it might be falling, is not heavy enough just yet.
Well, I think a good note for when the rain does start to fall is for the majority of the track, these drivers do have a tailwind, which means they won't have the rain battering into their face straight onto the windshield. It will be to the back of the car. But for this final section of the track, it is a headwind for these drivers. So unfortunately, they will have to deal with the rain clattering against the windscreen. So as Luke Whitehead crosses the, well, you can see on the camera, we see our first drops of rain now, and it looks like we will start to see some windscreen wipers activating soon as we have our first drops of rain on the track. Luke Whitehead getting a little bit squirmish out the corner. He'll lose a little bit of time to the driver behind, which is Akizi. 2 seconds behind him now, but that can all change in a split second with the conditions changing now.
Well, this is the thing now. When the track starts to get a little bit damp out there, that's almost one of the worst conditions you can find yourself on track. It's not quite dry enough for the dry weather tyres, but it's not quite wet enough for the wet weather tyres. You really have to make those dry tyres work and make sure that they don't lose too much temperature. For now, though, the rain is falling now, but the track hasn't got really greasy yet. Cars are starting to struggle, but not anything out of the ordinary when you just pop a little bit of water out onto the track. Just over 7 minutes to go. It is Luke Whitehead still leading the way with Akizi in 2nd, Messaoud in 3rd place. There's Rassar. He's had a tough race, but he's in 10th place right now, and maybe he's looking at this weather now and thinking maybe I should roll the dice. I haven't had a great start to this race. It's been a bit of a lonely race. Let's try something different and see if it pays off. Now you can see, just having a look at the top right hand corner, you can see the track condition is fast. Now that normally means there's a little bit of grease in places at certain points of this track. Now it'll be up to the drivers to find out where exactly that grease is.
Yeah, I think with only 6 minutes left on the clock, I think surely it's not going to get heavy enough that these drivers do have to switch over to the wet tyres. But as I say that, you can see it's not torrential rain, but it is quite heavy that these drivers will be, the track conditions will definitely be tampered with. But these drivers will have to be on high alert when driving on these, I was going to say soft compound, the slick compounder tyres.
Yeah, absolutely, as they now make their way in towards Wilson hairpin. Onwards we go then towards Palmer. And just a bit of an update to give to you. Ashton Cox has unfortunately dropped out of this race due to Wi-Fi issues. And he dropped out just as it started raining, and he's actually cursing his luck. So that's unfortunate for Ashton Cox, but hopefully we will see him for the 3rd race of the evening when we head very shortly with those new cars at a new track. There is Marma then, who now is in 14th place. So he's getting a couple of points on his name at the moment in this challenge. Of course, all happening over tonight. We still have one more race to go to, just to whet your appetite even more. If that's not enough to get you on our side, we'll be heading to Donington Park after this race as well, as Marmor tries to keep it on the track there. Whitehead, though, in the lead with Akizi in second place. Messaoud is currently in third place. And with only 5 minutes left on the clock, the rain at the moment isn't having too much an effect on the track right now. But you can see drivers like Luke Whitehead will be a little bit under pressure here, under the cosh, because it's up to them to make the decision. Everyone can react to Luke Whitehead, but Luke Whitehead can't react to anybody else. He's really in that really tough zone where you're leading a race and the weather changes. People behind you can do whatever they want, but it means you'll miss the pit lane entrance and can't copy them.
Yeah, but Luke Whitehead does look in great control of the car right now, but once again, commentator's curse, as I said, that gets a little bit squirmish on the exit of the final corner, but nothing too major. Now, not 2 seconds, 1.9 seconds behind is Akwizi, so gaining a little bit of time is Hamada Akwizi, but not too much, not too drastic that Whitehead really needs to start worrying about it.
Absolutely, but with just over 4 minutes to go, Luke Whitehead still leads the way. Akizi second. You can see Messaoud in third place. David Ohak then, it's on our timing screens that he's in fourth place right now in the number 13 car, and I can confirm that is absolutely the case. But Akizi's lost the back end and has gone all the way off then. Pretty much rallycross over there, lighting up the rear tyres, and now has to make his way in towards Agostini. It's a really awkward place to rejoin from there, having to turn the wheel as hard as you can. That was a really awkward one. You can see there's another car in the background struggling for grip there. And I think that was the 315 car. I think that was Afonseca, who was really struggling to put the power down. These drivers are finding it tough in these conditions right about now. And that just proved it with one of the Ashtois cars being caught out.
Yeah, Akizi, he's dropped all the way down to 7th. So he has lost so much time, just one simple mistake. And that's pretty much his race over now. As we go on board with Luke Whitehead right now, you can see that his lap times aren't really dropping off, but they're not really improving at all. You can see having to put a lot of steering lock into the corner. You can see the rain droplets as well on the windscreen ahead of him, as what he sees through actually as he goes down the home straight now. Goes past the pit lane, which I should mention is JP Slater has not left the pit lane since that first lap. So Luke Whitehead, 2 minutes 30 left on the clock. All he has to do is just keep that car on the track.
Yeah, I think right now you're pretty much in that mindset now that you've got to make it to the end of this race. Battle for 8th place developing here between Kirsten Abea and Ressar as they now make their way on towards Brundle here. And it's a very brave man to try a move up the inside at Brundle in towards Nelson there, going through in the dry, let alone on a slightly dampish track. You can see the track has devolved back to green. So there's grip in places, of course, but it's not going to give you the full amount of grip. Don't turn the car in and expect there to be a mountain of grip to be waiting for you. But at the moment, Abea here really has a couple of laps left to try and hold off Ressar. Ressar will be wanting that 8th place as we make our way out of Murray's and on towards the Senna straight. Let's see then. Well, Ressar's got a little bit of a tow from the car ahead of him in Abea. As he's looking, will he try and move down the inside of Riches? You can see there, Abea's just putting him off there. Not really an overtaking opportunity in all seriousness in Riches. Getting onto the curb there, very brave to do that as we make our way now on towards Wilson. Is this going to be an overtaking opportunity? No, it's not, as Ressar holds ground for now. Just 1 minute and 20 seconds left of this race to go. Whitehead leads from Messaoud. David Ohak is now promoted up into 3rd place. Could go back-to-back 3rd places here in this race. Abea, well, he gets a little bit of understeer there where there's no grip, and he comes back onto the track, collects Ressar, and they get onto the grass, which is going to be very, very slippery now. And Ressar now rejoins ahead of Abea, but he will not be appreciative of that whatsoever. It looked like he tried to rejoin there, but then forgot how little grip there is on the grass out there.
Yeah, Abea unfortunately was caught up in that, and so was Ressar. That's just not in a position that you want to be. Tried to rejoin the track, but just touches the rear end of the other driver, and then they're both sync.
It's Luke Whitehead here, looking to try and make it 2 from 2 as he makes his way through Nelson in these treacherous conditions now. On through bomb hole as he tries to make his way through these long right-handers now. Has to keep the mistakes down to a minimum here as we make our way the long way around through the Coram section now in towards Murray's for the final time then as we make our way now on towards the centre straight. It is going to be 2 for 2 for Luke Whitehead, holding his own out there in these treacherous conditions. Luke Whitehead wins the round 2 of the Triple Challenge. Fantastic performance from him indeed. Redwan Messaoud comes across the line to finish in 2nd place. Akizi in the background there will finish there. But David Ohak comes across the line to take yet another podium. 2 third places in a row for David Ohak. He will be absolutely thrilled about that one. Parnell coming across the line then. Is he going to try and hold off and try and finish in 12th place? Yes, he will. As he takes the checkered flag there. Yes, he does. There you go. 12th place then for Parnell. Good result for the Estonian there. But Luke Whitehead makes it 2 from 2 with Messaoud in 2nd place, David Ohak in 3rd place. There you can see Ebeya will get 10 seconds added to the end of his race for that unsafe rejoin. The stewards have now penalised him for that unsafe rejoin and deemed 10 seconds added to his end of race time to be an appropriate punishment. But 2 for 2 from Luke Whitehead here. Well, he's the man to beat going into the final round when we head to Donington Park. And to be honest with you, with 2 wins under his belt, momentum is firmly on his side. What a drive from Luke Whitehead.
Once again, a faultless drive from Luke Whitehead. Absolutely outstanding. Dominated the field from pretty much start to finish. Managed to make his way past his teammate of Akwizi on that first lap. Akwizi, unfortunately, didn't have the best race once again. Had a great start this time. And then, unfortunately, dropped off towards the end. But Luke Whitehead, the real question is going to be, can he make it 3 for 3?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to find out in a while's time. But that was a great race, wasn't it? And we've got more action coming up soon. We, of course, got the McLarens at Donington. That will be our final race here. And Luke Whitehead will be looking to make it 3 for 3. He's made it look really easy, though, hasn't he?
Yeah, an outstanding drive. And I don't think I've actually seen him make one mistake in either of those races. So calm, so composed. And I just don't think anyone's comparing to him in the field right now.
We did see Redwan Messaoud. He did have that battle with Akizi. We saw Akizi make the mistake as well. Was it a case that Messaoud was just trying to make that car get to the end of the race, get a podium under his belt?
I mean, I think a podium, he will be happy with that, Messaoud. P2 for the Ashtar driver. It's actually a 1-2 for the Ashtar drivers, so I'm pretty sure the team will be happy with that one. Unfortunately, Akwizi did drop off towards the end of that race. But Messaoud, surely he's going to pull something off in this 3rd race.
Yeah, Akwizi, we saw him drop it on the exit of Palmer there, going towards Agostini and give himself one heck of a turning circle to rejoin onto the track there, then finished a lap down. A race of what could have been for him. Things have not fallen his way today at all.
I think Akwizi was definitely in the running for that race win, but that one mistake, and it was, may I say, quite a big mistake, that just cost him everything he already made up.
Yeah, and it was a critical error from him on the exit of Palmer. You know, lighting up the rear tyres is something you never want to do. On the exit of Palmer as well, such a fast-flowing left-hander, where everybody else seemed to have it under control. Just looks like he maybe pushed a little bit too hard to try and catch the car ahead. Luke Whitehead, coolest man in that sim today.
He's outstanding in the real-life driving, and I'm sure he's, well, I can say that he's definitely outstanding in the sim world, as he's proving to us here today.
Absolutely. David Ohak, let's just have a quick word about him, because that's 2 third places for him. He's really picked up the pieces when others have faltered, and that's given him some really good results.
Yeah, David Ohak, he's just been cleaning up any messes that have been made on the track. And I think that's really what you need from a driver, even if he's not in the battles all the time. He's in the right place at the right time, and that's really what counts in the end.
Absolutely, and well, we're about to see. Well, we'll see whether Luke Whitehead can make it 3 for 3. You might not be a betting man, Kai, but would you bet against Luke Whitehead making it the hat trick?
I'm gonna say, just for the absolute scenes, that Luke Whitehead makes it 3 for 3. He's an outstanding driver, and I think he's definitely capable of it.
And the only way we can find out is by going back, racing at Donington with those McLarens. Hopefully you will join us after these messages. We'll see you very soon.
World Pro Racing, where sim racing becomes real.
For only €5 a month, experience every high-definition moment on your TV, tablet, phone or PC. Great teams, great moments, and so much more. TSN from Melita is your ticket to stay in the game. Visit melita.com/sports.
Senna was a god. No one could even dream to follow him.
I'm from a very humble background.
The role of women at that time were really difficult.
This is so dangerous. You are risking not only your life, but also my life.
Wish your Wi-Fi network would just work in any room? Our new Stellar Wi-Fi is AI assisted to give you the smoothest, fastest possible Wi-Fi throughout your home. Stellar Wi-Fi, assisted by AI, exclusive to Melita. Find out more in-store or online.
World Pro Racing, where sim racing becomes real.
Welcome back, everyone, to the World Pro Racing Triple Challenge, as brought to you here on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, ESTV, Motorsport TV, The Race, and TVM Sport, with our lovely sponsors down below. You can see AMD, HyperX, GT Omega, Online Racing, Thrustmaster, and Melita, brought to you also by Gaming Malta. Myself, Kieran McGinley, and Kai Bacchini have brought you some action over the last two races, first at Alton Park, then at Snetterton. We now come to the final race of the series and the championship, where we head to Donington Park in McLarens, and there's one driver that could really pull away with this one, Luke Whitehead. Could he make it 3 for 3? Kai, we've seen some great racing action. We've seen some drama too, and a little bit of rain sprinkled in there as well. It's had a bit of everything this so far.
Yeah, we've had absolutely everything. We've had consistent driving, we've had chaos, we've had crashes, we've had mistakes, we've had rain, we've had everything that you could want from a racing event. But as you said, Luke Whitehead, can he make a 3 for 3? He's currently at the top of the tables with 46 points. Then behind him is Jan-Nicolas Erbrich with 36 points behind. Then on the same amount of points in P3 is David Ohak with another 36 points. So two drivers on the same amount of points. This race decides everything.
It really does. And of course, we come to the rankings where Luke Whitehead really has that race win advantage to his name because he's won the majority of the races. If he finishes joint on points with anybody, he will then finish ahead of them due to that. Jan-Nicolas Erbrich is ahead of David Ohak because he's got more second places than David has Jan-Nicolas Erbrich. So it is going to be tight and contested. We've worked out, or we've attempted to work out. I say I attempted to work out because my maths is here nor there. But 10 points between the two of them would mean that David Ohak or Jan-Nicolas Erbrich would have to finish first place, and then it would take Luke Whitehead to finish 6th or lower for either one of them to be crowned the Triple Challenge winner. It's going to be a tough race for them, considering the form that Luke Whitehead's in.
Yeah, Luke Whitehead is on an absolute belter right now. He's got 2 races out of 2. And I'm sure he'll be looking for that third. He's a really consistent driver, and he's definitely been showing that in the races. He's been letting out all the mistakes in practice, letting out all the mistakes in quali, but he's been knuckling down in the races. And if you hadn't have guessed right now, we have a different car for our final race here at Donington Park in the McLaren. A cool fact about Donington Park is it was built between the First and Second World War, but during the Second World War, it was used as a military vehicle storage. It was rebuilt up in the 1970s, and then everything else is history.
History indeed it is, and it's a great place to go racing. Another great place to go racing is of course on our website, worldproracing.com. Check us out there, as there's weekly casual events, special events as well on PC and PS4 throughout the years, and of course welcoming every single kind of driver. And when I say most kinds of racing, I really do mean most kinds of racing. We've got the USF 2000 coming up as the championship over the next 5 weeks. That starts from Wednesday. We've also got some karting at Genk, because why not? Karting, it's great. So go ahead, check out worldproracing.com for more details on how you can sign up for all of these events. Looking at the practice session then, we've got Redouane Messaoud at the top of the timings in practice so far with a 1:26.436. Luke Whitehead in second place. And when you're Luke Whitehead coming into this race, when you know if you finish 5th or higher, this challenge is pretty much yours, do you feel any sense of pressure going into this race?
I think really Luke Whitehead's motivation and his headspace right now is really just show and give everything that he's got. He's already won 2 races, but I think he's not going to give it any less passion or any less energy into this race, as he will be looking to prove to everyone that he is the superior driver and he is the one that's going to come out on top.
Well, we've seen Jan-Nicolas Erbrich then making his way through the back end of the circuit. He's making his way through Coppice here, which is a really tough right-hander here. It feels like it goes on for a while before you can really apply the throttle, and then you make your way down towards the Fogarty S's here, and of course braking hard. Okay, of course located in Derby, near to Castle Donington in Leicestershire, this 2.4-mile circuit will take us through these flowing corners, undulation, and then throws in these heavy braking zones just to be on top of it down down in towards the Melbourne hairpin. So you've got to have a car that behaves itself through these high-speed sections, but can also handle these brake-punishing Fogarty S's and Melbourne hairpin no less as well through this final corner at Goddard's, where it really takes a punishing look on those brakes. It'll be a challenge for the drivers to master, but I'm sure it's a challenge they will for sure welcome.
Yeah, and funnily enough, I've actually drove this car. Oh, and that's actually a car off. I can't exactly see who that was,
Number
but
22.
it seems like the number 22 car, which is
Sleater.
that is JP Sleater, taking a bit of a detour off the track. But funnily enough, I've drove these cars around this track, and the McLaren feels actually really stable around this track. If anything, it lacks a little bit of front end around that chicane. You just have to throw it in, commit to all the curbs as you make your way down into the Melbourne hairpin. Pick your braking point heavy on the brakes. Early on the throttle, you need to try and carry as much speed through there as possible. And then the final corner is actually very, very tricky. You need to brake as late as possible, but you need to take a mid to late apex to try and not run wide in that corner, which is very easy to do so.
Really is, and of course Luke Whitehead there coming across the line. Of course he might have said a 59.3 there, and that pit lane exit is going to be a really tricky one there. As you can see, it really puts you straight into the action, and where the drivers are going all the way over to the left hand side of the track preparing for Redgate there, it really just rejoins you in a place you really don't particularly want to be, especially with that difference of speed. But then we make our way now through with Luke Whitehead on through Starkey's Bridge, and then we head our way up towards Schwantz Curve and towards McLean's here, braking hard uphill, using gravity to help slow you down there, as then you make your way up the hill towards Coppice. It then sort of goes down slightly, but then you climb even higher up towards Coppice there, and then you make your way down the back straight onwards there, and you can see how much undulation there is just on the run down towards the Fogarty S's. Really going to test that suspension, and if you haven't got your ride height set up, you will start bottoming out.
Yeah, I think you need quite a high ride height around here, because you attack a lot of the curbs and you use a lot of the track, which you really wouldn't think that you would be able to use. But it looks like we have Messaoud up in P1 right now with a 26.436, which is a very fast lap time from Messaoud right there. Actually, the track record around here in real life is a 27.529, which is once again set by Phil Keen, who we saw earlier with the fastest lap around Snetterton in the Hurricane Evo. So a 127.5 was set in real life, but a 126.4 is set here right now.
Yes, absolutely, and you can see here Messaoud wants to try and make this as good of a championship run as he can. He's really on the cosh though. He's 21 points behind Luke Whitehead. In other senses, he can't accept anything less than a win. And for drivers ahead of him of David O'Hag, Jan-Nicholas Urbrecht, and most importantly, Luke Whitehead, to fall afoul during the race. So all he can do on his end is win this race. Everything else, though, is left to the other drivers. When you come into this sort of challenge-deciding series finale, and you're not the one in control, you can find yourself on the back foot. But as I've said before, for Red One Messaoud, he sets a 28.3 there on that last lap. All he can do is win this race.
I think a big difference which a lot of these drivers will be able to feel is that this McLaren 720S, like usual, it has a 4-litre twin-turbo V8. But it's a mid-engined car, which means that the balance will be all over the place compared to the other two cars. You can see the understeer, which Messaoud just experienced through that corner. But with that mid-engined car, we're used to seeing those front-engine cars, so it will be a lot more balanced towards the rear end, which means that you'll have to have your brake bias a lot more to the front to get the car stopped, and you'll need a lot more anti-roll bar to get extra rotation on that front end. But a good thing about the 720S, and I'm sure these drivers are happy about it, is it has got a lot of torque on the bottom end. It's actually got over 700 Newton meters of torque on the bottom end, and it's got the highest top speed that we have seen today.
Yeah, so yeah, great place to go racing with it would of course be Donington. Lots of flowing corners as well that will take us through that undulation, so it's going to be really tricky to get the right setup here. Red One Messiah though looking to try and go for maybe even a quick lap here as he backs off going in towards the final corner of Goddard's here and taking a wide entry to try and build up the speed, get on the throttle earlier to get the power down, to build up that speed earlier as he now makes his way on towards the first corner at Redgate here, using that pit lane entrance bit of tarmac to open up the corner as much as possible as you now make your way through Hollywood. Then you start descending down as you make your way towards the Craner curves through this long left-hander here, then in towards the old hairpin, slowing the car down for this one as you're downhill on entry, making then your way towards Starkey's Bridge. There you can see Tom McEwing making his way now in towards the old hairpin and then making his way towards the Starkey's Bridge through this left-hander, and then you've got Schwantz curve as well, using all the curb on the exit there to open up the corner, carry more speed through before you have to slow the car down for McLean's. Climbing the hill once again, then towards Coppice, as Coppice is not really an overtaking opportunity, but it's one of the heaviest braking points on this track before you get towards the Fogarty S's and the Melbourne hairpin. So after all that time, you've got to be careful. You've got to guard against those brakes. This is one of the only times they'll be used in anger at this circuit, so you might be coming into the Fogarty S's with a bit cooler brakes than you'd ideally like. You might have to take that into consideration going for a late move.
The good thing is about the Fogarty S's though, it's a quick braking zone, dab on the brakes, down to third gear. Engine braking is very important through that section, not having to use too much of the brakes. As you said, they're very cold, so you can't rely on them that much. As we see Ashton Cox make a bit of a mistake as he goes through Redgate. He makes his way back to the pit lane very quickly though. As we have Christian Ebier as he makes his way around the final corner, and who's that going flying off into the distance? It looks like that was a purple. I can't exactly see what number car that was, but the purple McLaren taking a bit of a detour. You said some drivers are taking a wider line through the final corner, but I don't think many of them are taking it that wide.
Yeah, I think it's just to open up the corner and get a little bit of a speed, especially if you're doing this over one lappers. There's Abaya there going through our perfectly placed camera there. It looks absolutely amazing going through there, doesn't it? As Abaya currently 9th place in the standings so far for this free practice session, and it's a chance for drivers to really knuckle down to these track conditions, as we can just about see that it's meant to be a little bit overcast for. We'll have to wait and see what qualifying is like later on and see how this weather affects it. 21 degrees air temperature, 27 degrees track temperature. So it's nice and toasty for those tyres and should give the drivers a good level of grip throughout.
Yeah, I think drivers will be getting quite a good level of grip throughout, as you said. 27 degrees track temperature. It's a bit hotter than we've seen previously, but it's not too hot that the drivers will be feeling the tyres stick to the surface, just feeling like the car is trapped on the track, not able to be free, as a lot of the drivers like the car feeling that way. And it's definitely a quicker way for the car to make it around the track. You see Ebier taking a very wide line there, but I don't think that would gain him any time because he went tight in the first part, and that may have actually hindered his exit there.
I have done, and it's all about just trying to perfect that as much as possible as we head into the last handful of seconds here in this free practice session here at Donington Park, the last round of the World Pro Racing Triple Challenge, bringing you three of the best combinations of British cars and British tracks, as we see one of the pink cars go off there as Parna obviously coming to an end of that practice session, but we'll bring you qualifying very, very shortly. Looking promising then for Luke Whitehead. On the pace again.
Well, what else do you expect from Luke? He's won 2 races. I wouldn't expect anything less than him to be on the pace. And to be honest, he's not always the hot lap driver. He's not always the one to be on pole on qualifying, even though he's always just about there. But Luke, he's a consistent driver, and I think that's really what gives him the edge in those races.
And his target will be 5th or higher, by the way, in the race. 5th or higher will guarantee him as the winner of the World Pro Racing Triple Challenge. And there he is in the number 202 McLaren there. And the Ashtar Racing colours on this McLaren really do give it some really good British vibes. I'm thinking 2009. Don't know why that comes to mind, Kai?
I mean, I'd say it's pretty similar to a certain F1 livery that we've. That's a very iconic livery, but it's looking very nice on the McLaren car right now. Very close to the gravel trap was Luke Whitehead through that chicane. I'm pretty sure that would be invalidated for his lap as he went very extreme on the curbing. But as he makes his way through the Melbourne hairpin down the short straight into his way through Goddard's. It's a double. It doesn't look like a double left-hander, but you take it as if you're taking two different apexes and you accelerate a little bit of curb that sticks out on the track. So it's all about paying attention to these minute details that can gain you these tiny bits of time.
Luke Whitehead now on a charge as he starts his first flying lap of this qualifying session as we ride on board with him, taking us in through Hollywood, then through the Craner curves, and then onwards then towards the old hairpin, dropping down to third gear, hoping the car sticks as you turn the car in, using plenty of curb on the exit as we head through Starkey's Bridge, on then through Schwantz Curve, and then up the hill towards McLean's as you have to do a little bit of trail braking, slow the car down whilst you're turning in for Schwantz Curve. Second gear on entrance then up the gears as you head away up the hill towards McLean's, and then there you can see on board how much of an undulation change it is towards McLean's. Through the long right-hander of the exit, then through Coppice, and then down the long back straight then, comparatively long in terms of the rest of the track, so down towards the Fogarty S's. Downhill on entrance there, very easy to lock a brake if you're not careful. Really trying to get there aggressively as someone on the right hand side there doing well to get straight out of the way. Down in towards the Melbourne hairpin for the first time around the lap, down into first gear. Watch the exit here. This is where the rear tyres can spin up, especially if you're in a low gear such as first. Up this crest then, and then downhill in towards Goddard's then on the brakes, then first gear for the second time to make sure the car turns in for the apex. Back onto the power then and up the gears as we make our way towards that start finish line. Luke Whitehead 27.054 is the first lap time of this qualifying session, and therefore the quickest so far.
It's so far, but I'm sure it won't take long for people to be on top of that time and be on top of that timing board, as we obviously have the Ashtar drivers as well in this session, posing a threat to Luke Whitehead. But a great team and great drivers that they have on the grid. Don't forget about Messaoud and also Quiz, who we're currently on board with, as we go on board with Frank Briatti as he makes his way through the final corner of Goddard's. He's going to get very hindered on the exit by a driver ahead. Can't exactly see who that was. He crossed the line. It's a 27.051. 3 thousandths once again separating P1 and P2. Where have I seen this before?
Frank Briat has made his way on towards that top step of the pole position then, 27.051. And yeah, I'm getting deja vu as well, Kai. Something about Alton Park, I think I seem to remember. But he's put it on pole position so far. We'll have to wait and see how effective this will be. Luke Whitehead will have seen that time and will be eager to respond as he makes his way in towards Goddard's, the final corner. Then someone onto the grass just very slightly just ahead of him as he now makes his way, building up the power, going through the gears and towards the line. And look at that, 26.385 has now gone over 6/10 quicker than second place. So that sends a message more than anything, I think.
If anyone, what that message may be, if anyone tries to beat Luke Whitehead, then he'll instantly react with a faster time.
I think so. That's a good way of putting it. And Kesey then goes up into second place then, having set a faster lap time now within 0.4 of a second of the current fastest lap time of this session. David Ohak then in fourth place. I mean, can he make it back to back third places here? Rassar then trying to make his way through the final corner at Goddard's and now building up the speed as we make our way on towards the start finish straight. Rassar now goes seventh fastest, 29.361, puts him in seventh place. He moves further up the fourth row of the grid. Jan-Nicholas Erbrich then currently tied second in the championship with David Ohak. He's also one to watch for this one. Second place has been his best finish so far. That was at Alton Park, the first round of this challenge earlier on tonight. And he knows that a race win will really need to be in order because Luke Whitehead only needs to finish fifth or higher the best chance that Erbrick has and the best chance that Ohak has is winning this race. That's something they haven't done yet.
Erbrick and Ohak have not won a race yet, and I think that's been quite easily denied by Luke Whitehead. But the battle that we need to focus on is not Luke Whitehead going for that lead, but between David Ohak and obviously Jan Nicholas Erbrick. They are both battling for second and third in the title, I guess you could say, in the results for this triple header in Britain.
Absolutely, and we may have seen a new name there that was briefly on the top of the standings there, the number 23 car, another Ashtois Racing car. Another Frenchman on the grid looking to try and take and assert Ashtois' dominance here. And there it is, it's Frank Briat. So note that down if you need to. He's racing under the term of Cannabeach, but that is his actual name, Frank Briat. So we'll have to keep an eye on him. Apparently he's in the Planex SMA Cam racing car. He's got Ashtois next to his name, so it's a bit confusing where or what he's racing for. But he's currently in 4th place in the standings.
Yeah, 4th place in standings, it's not bad. Oh, and that's a big off. That's a big off from Jan Nicholas Erbrick, especially when he's battling for this title. We cannot afford to make these mistakes.
Yes, absolutely. The pressure is all on him as well, but he's currently 5th place, and that's good enough, well, for now, but he'll really want to try and get as close as he can to Luke Whitehead. Whitehead here looking for back-to-back pole positions. Messaoud gets a new fastest lap time in there. That puts him up to 2nd place, 0.123 seconds off of Luke Whitehead. Akizi in 3rd. There you can see Briat in 4th place with Jan Nicholas Erbrick in 5th, Ohak in 6th, McEwing in 7th, Rissart in 8th, Cox in 9th, and Sleater rounding off the top 10. As you see their cars in the background heating up their tyres. I think that's the number 404 car, so that is going to be Akizi trying to make his way through. We're riding on board then with Frank Briat as he tries to get a fast lap on the board. He's got the number, I think that's the number 25 car I saw there. So that's Legreston, who runs very deep in towards the Melbourne hairpin. Now we make our way on the exit then and towards Goddard's once again. You can see that timer just on the right hand side of your screen there, counting up. And here we go then. Briat takes a wider entrance in towards the corner. I wonder if that's because he's abandoned that lap and going for a brand new lap. We'll find out soon as he heads towards the line. And yes, I think that was. He didn't improve his time there. So this one will be for real, I promise.
Yeah, let's hope this one is for real. You've been lying to us this whole time. But David Ohak, we're currently on board with him as he makes his way down through the Fogarty S's. We're going to be saying this a lot. It's a mouthful for a short chicane, but the Fogarty S's it is as he makes his way down into the Melbourne hairpin. Early on the throttle is David Ohak. Now he goes through the short straight over to Goddard's, which, as I've said, is a very tricky corner, and it's hard to master, but if you do master it, it gains you a lot of time on your lap. David Ohak crosses the line, and what's it going to be? Is it going to be improvement? It is a 1:27.672. It is an improvement, but is it an improvement enough?
Well, it moves him ahead of Jan Nicholas Erbrick, so that's an improvement for him, and it moves him now 5th place in the order. There is Briat then getting nice and close and personal to that grass there, and he instantly decides, no, that lap wasn't good enough, and I think I can see why. If you clip the grass here, you're never going to set a fast lap time. Afonseca then making his way through the chicane that you said, the Fogarty S's, and now making our way on towards that Melbourne hairpin. Currently 12th place in this qualifying session so far, as he now makes his way through the penultimate hairpin. Then we go on towards Goddard's then. Up the hill we go, and then you're downhill on the entry. Downhill as you start braking for the corner, then turning left. And as you say, it's almost like a double left hand. Doesn't feel like it when you look at the cameras there. But as you said, Kai, you have to steer in twice. There's 2 apexes in that corner. Afonseca then 1:29.886. He does improve his time, but not his position.
Yeah, an improvement on time, but not an improvement on position. That's a driver's worst nightmare when you feel like you've done a good lap, but it doesn't quite jump you a position. That's very frustrating, but you have to get straight back into the mindset of how can you improve, where can you find the time, and what can you do to be even better. And it looks like Afonseca has done that pretty well. Catches a little bit of the grass. It doesn't actually lose you so much time catching the grass there, but he seems not too bothered about that.
Absolutely, as he's just on full attack right now, trying to get the most out of that car, the most out of this track, and the most out of himself that he possibly can, as he now makes his way up towards Coppice then, and of course using that uphill section to help you slow the car down. And obviously there's a little bit of inspiration there that was taken by Kota to sort of incorporate that into their turn one. You just get that little bit of a vibe there. Then it's downhill on entry in towards the Fogarty S's. You've really got to attack those, but it's downhill on entry. It is so easy to lock a brake, making sure you slow down the car enough. In towards then the Melbourne hairpin, slowing that car down to first gear, watching for the wheel spin on the exit as you now make your way on towards Goddard's then for this lap for Jorge Afonseca. Slowing the car down then and making sure he gets the good exit that he needs and the run he needs to get to that start finish line. Full power now as he makes his way towards the line, and it's a 1:30.4, so not an improvement on his previous lap time there. And I think he's going to back out of this. 3 minutes to go in the session. He's got time to come back and put on a fresh set of tyres, fuel up the car and go for one more run.
Yeah, he does have time to fill up that tank and get himself prepared for one final lap, so that's always one benefit. David O'Hack, we're on board with him once again, and I think we're never going to stop talking about this driver during the race. Him and Jan-Nicolas Urbrecht, they're going to be the ones to watch in this race. And something to take note of, as David O'Hack sort of showed us pretty well in the line, is that a lot of drivers, well, all the drivers through down the home straight, the fastest line is to cut across the pit entry. But obviously halfway through the race, with that pit window opening and people coming in and out of the pit, that's going to be very dangerous, actually.
It's going to be an awkward pit lane for sure, and that little bit of 10 minutes there. So you're going to have to bear that in mind as we've got a car off there. That's the number, I think that was the number 2031 car. My apologies. And that would be Antares in one of the Ashtoir cars. So got it a little bit wrong on the exit of McLean's there and found himself straight into the gravel. That's not going to help him improve his lap time there. Just to touch on David O'Hack there, he did improve on that last lap time. He did improve on position, but he's now moved himself within 9/10 of a second of Luke Whitehead. Currently in the pit lane then. Hasn't got long to join the track if he wants to improve on his lap time and go for one final run. 1 minute 50 seconds on the clock. We're watching Jan-Nicolas Urbrecht then tackle the last part of Donington Park and coming up to the last corner now in towards Goddard's, braking hard then going in towards that almost double left-hander, now making our way on towards the start finish straight. Is this going to be an improvement for Jan-Nicolas Urbrecht, taking the shortest possible line? And it is a 1:27.234. That moves him up to 5th place. Redouane Messaoud though goes one better. He now takes provisional pole position with a 25.9. Luke Whitehead 26.238, good enough for 2nd place right now, and that will be it because he's backed out of that lap time entirely. So Luke Whitehead, I think, will be done for this session. Matthias Elbrecht then making his way through, 4.5 seconds off the lead right now, but he'll be wanting to try and get himself onto the 6th row of the grid at least, try and beat Afonseca. He now makes his way through, getting a wide line there, and again that implies that to me he's on some sort of outlap to try and get himself a bit higher speed across the line. 1:30.7 then from Elbrecht in that last lap, so it's just only 3/10 off his personal best so far in this session. He still has one more lap if he wants to use it, but I think he's just backed out of it, and well, he's right a little bit wide at the first corner. We'll have to wait and see if he continues and completes this lap. Here comes JB Sleater then in the number 22 car, making his way on towards the final corner, then in towards Goddard's. We have less than 30 seconds on the clock, so if drivers cross the line now, they can complete one more lap.
Yeah, so drivers, we see crossing the line, one more lap remaining. We're on board with JP Sleater. Well, we were on board with JP Sleater as we go on to Christian Eberher. So as we see him using all the rumble strip, and that's very, very deep. So deep that he even missed the first part of the corner. Seems like there was only a second part of the corner for him. But as he, I'm pretty sure that's going to be an invalidated lap for him. But as we watch McErwing go through the chicane like you're supposed to, the Fogarty S is done perfectly from him as he makes his way down into the Melbourne hairpin, picking his braking point around the 50-meter board, getting it stopped, getting on the power as early as possible, running wide on the exit to just maintain the maximum amount of speed, trying not to scrub off any speed under turning. through the final corner. He runs out and uses as much track as possible, crosses the line. What's he going to do? It's an improvement. No, it's not, sorry. He's 2/10 off his fastest time. Not enough for an improvement, but he does stay in P7 for now.
Yeah, we've got, well, for the battle for the pole positions then, Red One Messaoud has pretty much wrapped it up then, as all other drivers are in the pits there. We do have 2 drivers, I think, left out on track. We've got Legreston, who is one of them. The other one, I think, is the... no, it is just Legreston now, as he now makes his way through the final corner at Goddard's. Can he get any higher than 14th place? He'll want to get higher than 14th place. No, he'll pull to one side, and that will be his lap and his session over. So Red One Messaoud then on pole position for this one means business. Well, as I always say with qualifying, that's a quarter of the job done for him. But the only problem is, if he wants a good chance of that battle at the top, he's got Luke Whitehead just behind him.
Yeah, Messaoud, we've seen him make a couple of mistakes in the races, though, which we haven't seen Luke Whitehead do so far. Messaoud, in the first race, we saw him understeer off the track, go into the wall, and collect another driver. So what he has to do here is keep it consistent and just keep himself clean here.
Well, that's one thing he'll have to do. But for Luke Whitehead, this is going to be a really make or break race. I mean, he hasn't won a series here with World Pro Racing as far as I remember. He's won the Rainmaster, of course, where he proved his wet weather ability. But this could be a second step forward to win this triple challenge ahead of the yet to be announced sprint series. Who knows when that will be announced. But he'll want to one-up Red One Messaoud at least in something, and this could be his chance.
Yeah, this definitely could be his chance to one-up on Messaoud. We've seen Luke Whitehead, as you said, win the Rainmaster. We saw him in the rain earlier as well. He was definitely not flinching, and he was keeping consistent with those lap times back there in the previous race, even though it was raining, other drivers going off on the track. But it looks like Luke Whitehead was able to keep it clean. All he has to do is just keep it in the top 5, keep it clean, and try and do his best.
Yeah, and that's much easier said than done when all's said and done. Top 5 finish, of course, for Luke Whitehead will confirm him as the Triple Challenge winner of the entire series, with 2 wins under his name already. His closest competitors both level on points in Jan-Nicolas Erbrich and David Ohak, 10 points behind. So it's going to be interesting to see how they get on, and it's going to be interesting to see what Messaoud will do. He'll obviously want to try and make everything fall in his favour. If he can win the race that could give him a chance of winning this, he will absolutely go for the win. He won't give up if there's not a fight.
No, Messaoud, he's got nothing to lose, and I'm pretty sure he's going to put all his eggs into one basket and just completely go for it.
Well, here we are then. We are rolling here then at Donington Park for the final round of the World Pro Racing Triple Challenge. And of course, remember the championship implications, the simplest one of all. If Luke Whitehead finishes in the top 5, he will be your Triple Challenge winner. He starts this race in 2nd place. We're rolling then down towards Goddard's as Messaoud has pole position and, more importantly, the inside line going in towards Redgate. He'll be wanting to try and use that to the best of his abilities. Messaoud's challenge here could be under the cosh, but winning this race is his best chance of having a chance. As we are about to go green here at Donington Park. We do go green, and we are underway then at Donington Park. Messaoud out of the blocks then as we make our way towards the first corner for the first time. Diving in then, filing our way through as Luke Whitehead tries to go round the outside. Can everybody keep it clean? We've got, I think that was Frank Briat just getting onto the grass slightly there. Messaoud gets away cleanly. So too does Luke Whitehead. And Urquizy, who hasn't had the best of races and the best of days here, will just want to try and finish this off with a really good result. David Ohak there in 7th place. And we got a spinner in the middle of the track. Oh, that's, I think that was Legreston collecting the car. He had absolutely nowhere to go there. And the 158 was the one who spun off the track. We've got someone off the track just behind there. That's Urquizy again. He's not his day at all. And he's off into the gravel. To me, that looks like some sort of failure with the hardware that he's using. The other car, the 158, was Ashton Cox. So he spun his way around. I think it was Legreston that then collected him. Legreston had absolutely nowhere to go, nothing he could do, and finds himself with that damage. Unfortunately for the number 404 car, it does look a little bit terminal, that damage then, and hopefully we will be able to see him at least take the checkered flag on this one. It's been a tough day for the number 404. So here's Ashton Cox then. He's going around the outside at the very first turn. We might be able to see a clearer view of what exactly happened here. So we make our way out of Redgate. We're heading now on through Hollywood. We saw pretty good clean start then, but then it starts to unravel at the Craner curves. There's a bit of bunching up going on. Then we head in towards the old hairpin. He got a tap from behind. That's why he didn't drop it at all. He got tapped from behind, and that caused that little bit of a Constantina effect. So that will probably go to the stewards. Antares then, we've got a car off there. I think that was, one of the purple cars there, just finding the grass and falling down the order. So Antares now goes up into 11th place, as I think that might have been Elbrecht. No, sorry, Marma, who fell down the order there in the number 2 car. But Messaoud does lead the way from Whitehead in 2nd place. Frank Briat is in 3rd place then, and JP Sleater now up into 8th place, as he tries to make his way up the order. Abea is ahead of him, but he's got Rassar right behind, and we know Rassar loves a battle.
Yeah, Rassar, we've seen him make some pretty brave moves in the past. I'm sure he won't do anything less than that. As we watch him make it through the chicane very close to the tyre wall is Rassar. He's all over the back of the driver ahead of JP Sleater. JP Sleater still in the race right now. We saw him unfortunately have to retire at the start, but Rassar gets an outstanding exit as he makes it out of the final corner. He gets cut off by Sleater. Sleater holds his line. He goes a little bit deep though. Will Rassar be able to counteract that with the switchback? Pink and red cars side by side as they make their way down into turn 1. Who's going to blink first? Who's going to brake before the other? Rassar still around the outside, Sleater on the inside. What's going to happen here? Looks like Sleater manages to hold the position.
Yeah, Rassar just found the limit of grip there, and he tried to push a little bit too far then as he tried to make his way through. So we've got, I think then that's the number 31 car making his way through. We saw Rassar here running side by side. There's a little bit of a tag there, and that's Antares who goes around. So, wow, that's, and he flashes his lights there. And, I've got no words for that one. I can't really describe what happened. Just two of them seem to come together, and Rassar's around then. We're live with that on the exit there of McLaren's. He's found himself around, clipped the curb, the suspension wasn't having it, and he has fallen all the way down the order. He'll have to file back in to 13th place. You'll have seen there now that the number 22 car of Sleater has a drive-through penalty for causing an avoidable incident. That was, of course, on lap 1 on the number 158 car of Ashton Cox. So that may have been a cause of the retirement there, or at least a factor in it. But the number 22 car of Sleater has a drive-through penalty. That's been awarded by the stewards. Meanwhile, then Legreston, that's a huge tank slapper there that one of the Ashtoire Racing cars had then, as we now make our way down in towards the final corner. It's Antares then who has the move done, but JP Sleater will have seen that drive-through penalty and be a bit disheartened there. He might have fought a little bit harder if he didn't have that drive-through.
Yeah, unfortunately he does have that drive-through now. Does JP Sleater, just not his day. But Luke Whitehead under pressure from behind. That looks like it is going to be, Cannon Beach is his nickname on the track, and it looks like he is able to make his way past Luke Whitehead, the H3. No, the Ashtoire driver manages to make his way through, and it looks like, even though Rassar has spun, he's still looking up for a good battle.
He is indeed, and of course Luke Whitehead, I think, knows that he doesn't have to fight hard for that 3rd place. He doesn't have to fight hard for that 2nd place. He's done the right thing. He's let Frank Briat past, and now he can focus on just being on his own lap times, on his own pace. He's ahead of Erbrick, he's ahead of Ohak, and he's within the range of scoring enough points to outscore Messaoud. He's in the perfect position right now. I wouldn't say sit back and relax, but he's close to doing it, as that is David O'Hack trying a move then on Tom McEwing, then going in towards the penultimate corner at the Melbourne hairpin. We now go over the crest then towards Goddard, still running side by side, as there's a little bit of a switchback attempted there by David O'Hack. He can't quite find his way past this time around. Tom McEwing doing a really good job holding on to 5th place. That allows, though, O'Hack to have a little bit of a toe going up towards the first corner of Redgate here. Tom McEwing, though, doing really well to hold on to that 5th place. Sleater then coming into the pits to serve his drive-through penalty. Of course, that's going to be outside of the pit window. McEwing making a little bit of a mistake on the exit of Redgate there. Got a little bit of oversteer as well. And that has invited all that pressure from David O'Hack then as we make our way in towards the old hairpin. And onwards we go towards Starkey's Bridge. As you see there, O'Hack getting a little bit of grass, doing a little bit of gardening on his exit there as he tries to find a way past, putting the pressure on Tom McEwing here, making our way through. We're joining a battle here with Jorge Fonseca as he tries to close in on Parna and Rassar ahead. A battle here for 10th place.
Yeah, Jorge Fonseca, you can see in that battle on the mini screen to our right. Tom McEwing on the other screen. David O'Hack applying a lot of pressure like he needs to because his championship rival right now, Erbrick, is in P4 right now. Talking about P4, it looks like David O'Hack is going to get P5. And it looks like McEwing shuts the door, but he's still there. O'Hack holding his line. Will he be able to go for the inside into this next corner? He's surely going to have a look. He doesn't manage to make anything stick. He forces McEwing off his line, and he manages to get a better exit. But will he be able to hold his line? He has to go to the outside. McEwing, will he slip in behind, or will he try to hold it up the inside? He's going to have to slot in.
Yeah, and there you can see Antares trying to take full advantage of that one. Couldn't quite find his way through. Couldn't quite take advantage of that. But Tom McEwing, meanwhile, put up a great fight with David O'Hack there. And it was just that David O'Hack snuck a nose up the inside at Goddard's there. And that put McEwing off his line. That's exactly what O'Hack wanted to do. Just put him off his stride, put him off his confidence there. And it has worked a treat. O'Hack now up into 5th place. And now he's 5.6 seconds behind Jan-Niklas Erbrick then. As you see there, that's the number 86 car in the mini screen there. Absolutely attacking these corners. That's Elbrecht there trying to hold off Rassar behind. That's still the battle for 10th place. As we see then, that's the 12th place or 11th place car, I should say, Fonseca, I think that is, trying to hold on to that position. And we're joining this battle then. Parna is one of these cars. Fonseca is right behind in the number 315 car. That battle for 10th place is intensifying, although Parna and Fonseca have decided to take battles into 11th place as we've got O'Hack around at the Melbourne hairpin. And I think Antares was involved in that because he's waiting up for O'Hack there, pulling to one side, and O'Hack there tries to get the car facing the right way as there is Briat there taking the lead of this race. What's happened to Messaoud? He was leading this race a couple of seconds ago.
Messaoud, what's happened there to him? Luke Whitehead in P2 by now 2 seconds. So both of the Ashtois drivers have made massive mistakes. Talking about big mistakes, we do see Briat go flying over the grass, and that opens up the door, opens up an opportunity for Luke Whitehead to get into the race lead once again.
Absolutely. So Frank Briat is leading this race so far. Luke Whitehead in 2nd place, and he's really closed up to the back of him now as they make their way through in towards Coppice now and onwards towards the back straight towards the Fogarty S's. It's a chance here that he could take. He might want to have a look at this move down the inside, but no, not quite. He's looking to just take his time. He doesn't need to force the issue. Let's have a look and see what happened to Redouane Messaoud then. So we're heading our way, watching him go then. So what happens to what was our race leader? Oh, he cut the S's there, and yeah, the suspension just did not handle it. A little bit too aggressive going through the Fogarty S's. That will be why he's now down to 4th place.
Yeah, you just saw him catch the gravel on the second part of the Fogarty S's, and that just rotated the rear end when he caught that tiny bit of gravel. But it's, as we see, the pit window open, and it looks like Elias Antares is having a couple of issues, but it does mean that he will have the opportunity to pit now if he wants. 9 minutes 30 left of the pit window, and who's that off the track?
Parner,
I think that was Parner.
Yes, it was, and he found himself off the track. He's down the order now, and now he'll have Legreston behind him as they now make their way in through the last left-hander off the track. Pit window, though, is open, so we'll be seeing some drivers pitting in very, very soon. Of course, as we've already said, they don't need to change their tyres, but they do need to put fuel in the car in that pit stop, and they have to make the stop within this window. If they make it outside it, the pit stop does not count. Hence the orange number 1 next to each of their names on the standings you can see there. In terms of the weather report, well, we're not expecting any extreme weather over this race, so it's expected to be dry all the way through. 18 minutes and 40 seconds to go. It is Frank Briat leading the way from Luke Whitehead in second. Jan-Niklas Erbrich once again in that podium places. Messaoud is in 4th place. McEwing doing really well. He's up to 5th place right now and holding his own out there. Abea is in 6th place. Ohak down to 7th, of course, with that incident. Antares is in 8th place. Rissart in 9th, and Elbrecht rounding off the top 10. As we see Legreston then got caught up in that very first lap. Absolutely nowhere to go going in towards the old hairpin on the exit, as he found himself just making contact when, well, he just could not avoid it. Luke Whitehead then is into the pits.
So Luke Whitehead from P2 on the track into the pits, coming in for his pit stop. But as we have a look on, well, I was going to say on board with our bird's eye view of Frank Briat as he makes his way around the track, currently in the lead of this race. But with Luke Whitehead going for this undercut, question is, will it pay off around this track? It didn't work around Alton, but will it work around here?
Well, let's see. He's made the undercut work. He's made the overcut work today. So really, anything you throw at Luke Whitehead in terms of the pit lane strategy, he seems to have that covered. Frank Briat then still leading this way. We have had a report from the stewards then that Antares will receive a 10-second penalty for that incident going into the Melbourne hairpin. They deemed it was an avoidable incident on the number 13 car of David Ohak, and he will be given a 10-second time penalty. Luke Whitehead then has rejoined in 6th place. He's just got ahead of, I think that's Rissart now, so he's now within 6th place and still with everybody else yet to pit ahead of him. Remember, only a top 5 finish, that's all he needs to be crowned the Triple Challenge winner here at World Pro Racing.
Yeah, all he needs is that top 5, and I'm pretty sure he is 100% capable of doing so. He's driving a great race so far, and I'm sure he will drive a great race for the remainder.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. We've got 16.5 minutes left of this race as we see Redwan Messaoud is now into the pit lane for his mandatory stop within this window, and he will be rejoining behind Luke Whitehead. He was behind him before the pit stop started after that little bit of a mistake he had at the Fogarty S's, but here comes Luke Whitehead then back into the top 5, and there you can see that is Redwan Messaoud leaving the pit lane now, so he's actually going to rejoin in 6th place there. So not great, but he's still got a lot of this race to go, more than half the race to go, and we know Redwan Messaoud, he's pretty quick at the wheel of one of these cars, so we're expecting him to set these lap times. He got the pole position for this race, and without that mistake, I think he'd be well into the lead of it. He's got to use that pace and see if he can recover as much as possible.
Yeah, I think something to note is that Redwan Messaoud is not far off the back of Luke Whitehead, actually. He's only 3 seconds off the back of his teammate. What I've noticed is these drivers both have different liveries, so I wonder why that is. And it looks like that's Rissart going off. Once again, Rissart just catching the grass and it pulling the car in. He loses the position to Redwan Messaoud, and he will have to continue his race from P6 for now.
Yeah, he'll be kicking himself about that one. He's taken that EuroRC.com car a little bit too far out of its comfort zone. Jan-Niklas Erbrich in the LL Racing car now into the pit lane to serve his mandatory stop, and currently second in the championship due to that second place he scored at Alton Park. We'll have to wait and see how he can do in this championship. Meanwhile then, Luke Whitehead will be now onto the start-finish straight. Tom McEwing also into the pits then, as we see in the background Rissart into the pits as well. So Frank Briat is only yet to come in for his stop, as we see a car emerging from the pit lane there. That's a back marker. That's the number 2 of Marma there, so don't worry about him. as Luke Whitehead now goes up into second place after these stops, and he's still got Frank Briat ahead of him, yet to make his pit stop. The number 23 car is just making his way towards the Fogarty S's.
Yep, you see him making his way through down to the Fogarty S's as we go on board with Red One Messaid as he makes his way round the section, as he makes his way down now into Copies. It looks like that is Rosar going past the lapped car as well, as he makes his way down the longest straight on the track, I guess you could say, as he makes his way down into the Fogarty SS. We say the longest straight, but it's still not a long straight.
It's really not. It's a couple of longish straights that make up this track, but the flowing corners, of course, really test the car in terms of the levels of grip it can really provide you. Red One Messaoud, though, has done well. He's recovered to third place, but I think even he will be kicking himself. I do describe him as a little bit of a perfectionist. If he doesn't win the race, he is not happy. And even when he does win the race, if he's made a small mistake, he will not be happy. So coming into this race, being on the back foot in the championship won't have helped him whatsoever. Frank Briat then has completed his stop and I believe has rejoined ahead of Luke Whitehead. Yes, he has. So Frank Briat still leads the way then. Luke Whitehead in second place. Red One Messaoud in third. We've got a yellow flag coming up then. That's the number 8 car of Parna, who's found himself around. He'll try and stay as far to the left-hand side of the track as possible, as we just saw there Luke Whitehead coming through. And did he make it through? Yes, he did. So that was a little bit of a Constantina. I'm sure Luke Whitehead would have had his heart in his mouth there at that moment.
Yeah, Luke Whitehead, as you said, he has his heart in his mouth. That's a big moment for him, but as we see Frank Briat, he's came out in the lead. It's not as big as a gap as he had before, but it's still a marginable gap. 1 second between the two drivers, and that's all he needs to be comfortable.
Yes, we're seeing now Frank Briat now making his way through in the Planex SMA Cam racing car as he makes his way now on towards Melbourne Hairpin with Luke Whitehead just in the distance there. We've got a replay to show you here. So this is Preet Parna. So this was only a few moments ago. We saw what happened in the aftermath. He gets onto the grass at the first corner and then he just can't seem to get off it again. He does get off it and the back end steps out on him. He tries to recover it and yeah, that's why he rejoined onto the circuit there at that point. And yeah, with the leaders coming at you, you want to get yourself out of harm's way as quickly as possible. And he just about did that, didn't he?
Yeah, it was very close. And there was actually a bit of a hit there.
Right.
That was actually between Preet Parna and that was between Whitehead.
Yeah, so bit of an instant down there in towards the old hairpin. I wonder if the stewards are going to have a look at that. So if they do have a look at it, he's going to be in trouble here. Is there a time penalty on his way? I think he thinks that's the case because look how much he's picked up the pace here. He was relaxed at that point, before that point. Now look at him on full attack. I think he's expecting the worst here.
Yeah, he's picked up the pace miraculously. He's now only 4 tenths behind Frank Briat in the lead right now. And I'd say Whitehead, he needs to keep up this pace if he wants any chance of winning this race.
And he'll want to make it 3 for 3, of course, and he's right on the back of Frank Briat and now making his way down in towards the right-hander then of Melbourne Hairpin. Right on the back of Frank Briat. It's Messaoud in third place. Yeah, Nicholas Erbrich is in fourth. David Ohak in fifth place. Remember, he was spun around at the Melbourne Hairpin. He's still recovered to fifth place. A really good drive from Ohak there in World Pro Racing. So one to watch, I think, for the future. Third place in the standings right now, and that's only due to previous positions. The fact he's got 2 third places in a row so far shows that he is a really, really consistent driver. But Frank Briat leads the way with Luke Whitehead in second place. Red One Messaoud rounding off the podium there. David Ohak still in fifth place. It's Jan-Nicolas Erbrich in fourth there. Tom McEwing having a great race so far. Currently 6th place. And he's doing a fine job out there. Abea in 7th place, Rosar in 8th, Antares with that 10-second time penalty that we added to the end of his race is in 9th. Afonseca is in the top 10 then as we close in towards the final few laps of this race. Pit window is now shut. All the drivers have made their mandatory stop. We are racing till the end.
Yeah, this is going to be a 10-minute stretch to the end of the race. Every single driver has made their mandatory pit stop and Luke Whitehead is absolutely gunning it behind the driver of Frank Briette in the lead, and we exactly see why now. It looks like Luke Whitehead has picked up a 5-second time penalty for an avoidable incident on a lap driver. So it looks like Luke Whitehead will pick up a 5-second penalty for that incident, and that's definitely not going to aid him in any way, shape, or form.
No, it's not. But you look at the grand scheme of things, even with a 5-second penalty, yes, Messaoud will finish ahead of him, but will only get second place. And he needed a top 5 finish anyway. He's still going to be within the top 5 after that penalty. So I don't think he's as worried anymore than he was at that moment in time. So at this moment, second place, even with that 5-second penalty, it'll drop him down to 4th place. That will still mean he will be the Triple Challenge winner. But it's going to be a bit of a blot on what has been an almost perfect day for Luke Whitehead.
Yeah, that'll be a bit of a punch in the gut for Luke Whitehead. He had such a clean sheet, a perfect day from Luke Whitehead. He had the 2 out of 2, and with that 5-second penalty now for that unfortunate contact between him and that back marker, that's definitely just gonna make his day not the best it could have been, but still not bad, as he is looking to be in that top 5 even with the penalty.
Yes, as we try and keep you up to date with that championship standing, of course, as Luke Whitehead just has to finish in the top 5 to be able to be crowned the World Pro Racing Triple Challenge Series winner. But at the moment, it's Frank Briette leading the way from Luke Whitehead. Red One Messaoud, though, I think has smelled a bit of a challenge here. Yes, he's got the 5-second penalty as Luke Whitehead, so Messaoud will finish ahead of him anyway. But Messaoud is a kind of driver that even if he sees you've got a penalty, he wants that position on track. He will battle you for it.
Yeah, he will battle for every position that he can get. Messaoud, he's had an unfortunate day today, but surely this had to be his redemption race. A top 3 for Messaoud here, he'd be happy with that, surely.
He's making his way through the first corner, just under 7.5 minutes to go then. Just to keep an eye on the championship protagonist, we've got Jan-Niklas Erbrich in 4th place. David Ohak currently in 5th. It'll be the first time in the Triple Challenge that he's finished off of the podium if it were to finish like this. Still some way to go though, and we know that Ohak is a really consistent driver. Had that incident where he was tagged at the Melbourne hairpin, so he could be further up the order. We'll never know now, but 5th place is a really respectable result if it were to finish like this, of course.
Yeah, that would be a very respectable position if it does finish like this. With 6 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock, we see Red One Messaoud breathing down the neck of Luke Whitehead. Even though he has that 5-second penalty, he's still under a lot of pressure from the people behind him. All that Luke Whitehead has to do is make no mistake and do not mess up. But that's a lot on his shoulders at this point in time.
Yes, absolutely. He's going to hold on to the podium as well at this moment in time. So he's just looking to put in quali lap after quali lap to try and negate the effect of that 5-second penalty as much as he possibly can. But we now head our way towards the start finish line then to complete 16 laps and start lap number 17 here at Donington Park. It is, of course, Frank Briette leading the way, Luke Whitehead second, Red One Messaoud in 3rd. It's Jan-Niklas Erbrich in 4th, David Ohak in 5th, Tom McEwing in 6th, and we're watching Kirsten Ebeya and Ressar battle away for 7th place as they now make their way in towards the Fogarty S's. Ressar here looking to try and get a better exit, and Rainer Ressar looking maybe for an option down at the Melbourne hairpin. No, waits for a little bit longer. He might try a move in towards Goddard's there. It's a difficult place to make an overtake stick though, is Goddard's. But if you've got a good exit out of the Melbourne hairpin, you give yourself a sniff of hope as he's looking down the inside, realises the door is closed, and that's a tactic he's going to use. We've seen it before. Ebeya is just trying to make sure he's a little bit unsettled on the exit there, flashing the lights to intimidate him as well. Common tactic among GT racing as we now make our way in towards Redgate. And even though the flashing lights are there, they hardly ever work. But there is Ressar onto the gravel then. Had to slow the car down. Had to take evasive action as well. I think he was carrying a little bit too much speed anyway. There is Antares then, who says, thank you very much. I'll take 8th place away from you, at least for now, before my 10-second penalty's added on.
Yeah, and Rezia, that's unfortunate from him. We saw he was looking for that overtake on Ebeya. Didn't manage to pull anything off, and then just overshot the corner just a tiny bit. took evasive action on the driver ahead, and unfortunately that meant that he did have to suffer just a tiny bit by going onto the gravel and lost another position.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's not going to be his day either. Meanwhile, though, we got Frank Viat coming across some back markers here as we make our way now in towards the old hairpin. That's the number 25 car of Legreston, who had that incident earlier on. We had absolutely nowhere to go, but Frank Viat has dispatched of the back marker. Then there you can see Messaoud there battling away with Luke Whitehead. We bring you that action now in towards the old hairpin we go, and then onwards now on the exit as Luke Whitehead now down into third place. So Messaoud has got the move done as we now make our way in through the right-hander there of Coppice and then down the back straight. But Luke Whitehead is not done with that one. He's got into the toe of his teammate down in towards the Fogarty S's. But Messaoud right now has this second place. Legreston will be showing the blue flags. There you can see Messaoud goes down to the inside, heading towards the Melbourne hairpin. Luke Whitehead looks to do the same, gives him a flash of the lights just to let him know he's there. Legreston moves to one side and lets them both through. So Whitehead now will want to, of course, have that battle and try and finish second at least on track, but he's coming up against a fired up Red One Messaoud.
Yeah, Red One Messaoud is doing a great job in that second position right now, and surely with that adrenaline pumping from that overtake to get him into P2, he's going to chase down the race leader and give it everything he's got to try and snatch this race win.
To wait and see. We've got less than 3 minutes to go then in this race. I make that around about 2 laps to go in this race, and we have Frank Viat are leading the way by just under 2 seconds, riding aboard with Luke Whitehead then as he tries to chase down Messaoud once again, but you can see that Messaoud is just about pulling out a gap. For Luke Whitehead, though, that's not the top list of his priority of worries. Jan-Niklas Erbrich is behind him, 7.4 seconds. If it were to finish like this right now, he would still hold on to third place, would Luke Whitehead, even with that penalty applied. So that's the most important thing for him right now. He's just got to try and nurse this to the end now. Just try and get there, make the fewest mistakes possible, get to the checker flag, finish in the top 5, and finish exactly what you started.
Yeah, I think that's really what you have to do here. So Luke Whitehead, manages to swish it through the middle of 2 cars that he had to avoid. It looks like Red One Messaoud, unfortunately, got caught up in that spun car on the outside. Luke Whitehead pedal to the metal and just managed to squeeze through the middle of them. Surely he had his heart in his mouth whilst that was happening.
It's not the first time he said his heart in his mouth either. I think that was between Messaoud and I think that was Elbrecht there as well. Just saw that out of the corner of your eyes there. But we did see him spin around and Messaoud onto the grass as well. It allowed Luke Whitehead to take that position on track. 90 seconds to go here in this race. Reckon we've got just enough time for 2 laps. So let's see what happened here then. So Red One Messaoud making his way through Coppice then and then on towards the back straight. We'll have Elbrecht right up ahead. So we've got Elbrecht there pulling over to one side. And then we see Messaoud now making his way down towards the Fogarty S's. He makes his way through there, and yep, taps the back of the number 86 of Elbrecht there. Gets onto the grass as well. Luke Whitehead takes full advantage of that. So I wonder if Messaoud is going to be at the mercy of the stewards as well.
He's got a 5-second penalty. It looks like Messaoud has been given a 5-second penalty as well for a collision. So Jan-Niklas Erbrich, he's looking for a podium now.
And, well, he'll see those come up, but he's just slightly out of range at the moment. If these two keep battling, he'll say, that's a good advantage for him. The two of them battling away, though. Luke Whitehead in second place, Messaoud in third as we now make our way onwards towards the left-hander, then the final corner. As you can see here, Luke Whitehead is going to battle away for this one now because this is on track. It's no longer that Luke Whitehead has those 5 seconds worth of penalties. This is now for position. We head on to the final lap of this race then, and Frank Viat will just try and coast away, coast clear. He's 3 seconds clear of this battle for second place. Red One Messaoud, we're riding on board with him now as we make our way onto the exit there. A bit of rally cross from Messaoud as we exit Redgate. Now we head our way through Hollywood, through the Craner curves, and then we make our way towards the old hairpin once again through this right-hander. The Frenchman trying to close in as much as he can, heading through Starkey's Bridge, onwards towards Schwantz curves, and now in towards McLean's. Uphill braking here and it's just no way through for Messaoud right now, but look how much he's closing in. Luke Whitehead runs wide. Messaoud tries to take full advantage. Up the inside of Koppes, he will go. He'll have a compromised exit though. Whitehead has the outside line. He'll have the momentum as well. We're going to run door to door, side by side, down the back stretch, down towards the Fogarty S's. Who's going to have the line? It is going to be Messaoud who's got the outside line. Luke Whitehead will try and break later in towards the Fogarty S's. He gets all onto the curb there, and Messaoud coasts by round the outside, breaking earlier and making the corner. Messaoud has got that position done. But we focus now onto the lead of this race. Frank Pliat then making his way through the final corner, in through Goddard's, and will break the dominant display that Luke Whitehead has shown all triple challenge. It is going to be a win for Frank Pliat as he takes the checkered flag across the line. He will spin across. It's Messaoud in second, but Luke Whitehead will come across the line in third place and will become the World Pro Racing Triple Challenge Series winner. Luke Whitehead with that third place. Jan-Niklas Erbrich will come across the line in fourth place, 7.4 seconds behind Whitehead. Whitehead then gets 3 podiums out of 3, and he is your Triple Challenge winner. What a drive, what consistency from Luke Whitehead, and a great battle for second place at the end there. All in all, not a bad day's work for Luke Whitehead. Messaoud then does finish in second place as he will take over that position. And, well, I have to say, Kai, what a race. And Luke Whitehead, what a series winner.
Yeah, an outstanding performance all series from Luke Whitehead. That triple head race was amazing. 2 wins and a P3, I'd say. That's pretty good. I'd say that's pretty good. And Luke Whitehead will be happy with that one, I'm pretty sure. But with David Ohak down in P5 and also Red One Messaoud come P2, what's that going to do to the championship order?
We'll have to wait and see. Of course, we've got a medley of points to go through when we get to it. But Messaoud finishing second place, I believe that's going to be 20 points to his name, provisionally, of course, as we see the drivers having a little bit of fun, end of series fun, if you like, celebrating the series finale. But after it all then, Luke Whitehead will be your champion. All he had to do was finish in the top 5. He finished on the podium, did exactly what he needed to do. Maybe that 5-second penalty, the only blotch on his record today.
Yeah, that 5-second penalty, probably one of the only mistakes that we've seen from him all day, apart from that dive bomb on the last lap. Completely just cut the corner, took all of the gravel trap that was available to him. But anyways, that was the end of the race, and he drove amazing all series, drove amazing all 3 races, and I'd say he's definitely a deserved winner.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, now he has the Rainmaster to his name, and provisionally now the Triple Challenge to his name as well. The guys behind the scenes are working out the points and getting us the official race order and championship order very, very shortly. But I mean, 3 tracks and 3 cars, they were really good combinations. They gave us drama, they gave us rain, they gave us great on-track battling. A little bit of everything. I think I loved it.
Yeah, it was a pleasure to commentate on. It was so much fun. We had a sprinkling of everything in this championship, and I'd say it was pretty complete, and I couldn't have asked for anything more.
No, absolutely. And, well, we have to say then, Jan-Niklas Erbrich and, of course, our other driver in David there, they put their heart on the line then, and it didn't quite work out for them. For the both of them then, they didn't finish on the podium. But fair play to them for giving it everything they had there. They had a great series.
Yeah, Jan-Niklas Erbrich gave it everything he had, and he definitely came out with the result that he needed. David Ohak, he went in with everything, got caught up in an incident which wasn't his fault, and he still managed to come in a respectable position in the race.
Definitely. Couldn't have put it better myself. Astral Racing, though, did have their little bit of teething issues, especially at Alton Park. Only one of them taking advantage of the great finishing position, qualifying position. That would have been Luke Whitehead. Red One Messaoud didn't have the greatest day at the office, but I think made up for it for his second place at the end there. It was a tough day for the team entirely, but they've got Luke Whitehead, who's won the championship. So it's a little bit of a mixed day in the office for them.
Well, Ashtar had at least one driver in the top 3 every single race. So that's definitely a benefit for them. And I'd say it's just the cherry on top of the cake for Luke Whitehead to win provisionally win the championship, as nothing is final yet.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have to say provisional until it is official, of course. That's just something we have to say. But I can't see Luke Whitehead not winning this with the points that he had and how it finished in the end. So we'll just have to wait and see till it's all confirmed. But I want to ask you, Kai, just to launch this on you. Who was a driver that really stood out to you in this series? Who caught your eye there?
I'd have to say one driver, just for the amount of confidence they have in themselves, the moves that we saw, especially in Oulton Park. I'd have to say Reina Razar, some amazing overtakes from him, a lot of confidence in himself and in his driving style. And I'd say that's everything that you need in a driver. It's all that he needs to do is just polish up the surface, and then he'll definitely be a championship contender next time.
Absolutely. And before we move on any further, you may have heard the news, if you haven't been near a phone recently, that unfortunately Murray Walker, the legendary Formula One commentator, sadly passed away at the age of 97 whilst we've been on air. And of course, our thoughts go out to his family and friends at this deeply sad time. Inspiration to commentators everywhere, including myself and countless others across motorsport and across sports itself as well. A true motorsport icon who we will all dearly miss. That's Murray Walker, who's sadly passed away at the age of 97 whilst we were on air. Looking at the rest of this series here, Kai, I mean, it was a great series, really well run. Stewards were doing a top job, of course. Adrian Figallo and George Muscat behind the scenes, working hard there. And to be honest with you, there were not too many incidents. It could have been a lot worse, couldn't it?
Yeah, it definitely could have been a lot worse, especially with some of the situations that we've seen. All of the drivers trying to stay out of trouble and a lot of the drivers managing to do so. So hats off to them and great driving from everybody.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And hopefully we might get a chance to speak to some of those drivers once all the results have been confirmed. Although I completely understand it has been well over 3 hours worth of racing, preparing. If they just want to go to bed, I don't think I can hardly blame them for that one.
Yeah, I'd say if it was me racing all day from, I think it was around 5 o'clock our time, and now it's 9:45 our time. I wouldn't blame them if they're tired and they'd want to head off.
Yeah, I think Luke Whitehead will probably want to celebrate once he's confirmed, of course, that win here. I mean, that's two pretty much series on the trot. Then we know he's won that Rainmaster. We will know provisionally that he's won the Triple Challenge. So we'll wait for that all to be confirmed. I think it was a tough day for two Ashtar driving cars in particular. Ashton Cox had a really tough day, but also one of the other drivers, of course, being one of the other Ashtar racing cars. The name goes from my head for the moment. Akisi, of course. Pole position in one of those sessions, but his race results really did not reflect what he was able to do out there.
Yeah, Akisi had outstanding pace. We saw that in qualifying, we saw it in practice, but just had unfortunate events in the race and got caught up in incidents that he didn't really have to get caught up in. So it's unfortunate that the day ended like it did for him, and I'm sure he'll be back next time to prove that he is able to come out on top.
Sometimes when it's not your day, it's just not your day, and there's nothing you can do about that one. So hopefully we will see him stronger than ever back in a series so soon here on World Pro Racing. If you did like that racing, by the way, I should say, we've got worldproracing.com. Make sure you head over there and check out the other series that are up and coming, and maybe one of them takes your fancy. Rainmaster 2, which hopefully goes ahead on Tuesday at Laguna Seca. Make sure you tune in for that one. Maybe Luke Whitehead will try and defend his crown. New championship starting, the USF 2000 series starting this Wednesday, round 1, taking you through there with your commentators Alex Goldschmidt and Chris Buxton. We've also got Karting Genk, Kart F1 on the Friday the 19th of March. We've got Nightmaster 2 at Suzuka, and we've got the 2 hours of Mount Panorama on the 26th of March, and one that's just been announced recently, which I absolutely love, the Italian Job. That's what it's called. And that's going to be a great one there. 2 Italian cars around 2 tracks of Monza and Imola, the Lamborghini GT3 and the Ferrari GT3 Evo. So if that sounds like something you fancy racing in, head over to worldproracing.com. And when I say there's racing for everybody, I really do mean there's racing for everybody. It's fantastic, and make sure you go and check them out. Of course, as well, if you've been watching us on Facebook, on YouTube, maybe on Twitch, or perhaps on ESTV, Motorsport TV, The Race, and TVM Sport. Just want to say a thank you and a shout out to our sponsors at AMD, HyperX, GT Omega Racing, Thrustmaster and Melita, also to Gaming Malta and visit malta.com. It's been a fantastic series. We've absolutely loved broadcasting it to you, and hopefully you will hopefully you've had a great time as well. Hopefully you've seen some fantastic racing out there. Kai, if I had to force you to pick a race to do all over again out of the 3, which one would you choose?
Well, do you mean for them to do the race again, or my favorite race out of the 3?
I think your favorite race. If you had to narrow it down, if you know you were forced to, which one would you pick?
Surely you'd have to go for Alton Park. The Aston Martins around Alton Park, the rain at the end, the chaos that went with the rain as well. It was just action-packed, and it had everything. I mean, what else would you ask for in a half an hour race?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. It was the race at Snetterton that had the rain towards the end. So, yeah, I mean, well, no problem at all. No, it was so action-packed, you forget where you are sometimes. I get that feeling a lot. But yes, at Snetterton, yeah, we had that rain towards the end. Drivers having to stay out on dry tyres. And it was a race that unfortunately befouled Ekisi, who lit up the rear tyres at one of those corners there. And, yeah, again, highlighting a driver whose day it just was not.
Yeah, Ricciardo did not have the best of days, and as you said, when it's not your day, it's not your day. Just very unfortunate in the races, but he did have the raw pace, just didn't manage to put it together.
I think Tom McEwing as well caught my eye, especially in that last race at Donington Park. He had a really thoroughly good race there. He may have been a little bit of a race of his own towards the end there, where there's not really anything ahead of him, but nothing behind him. So I think to keep you cool like that and bring it home with that, I think it was a 6th place finish in the end. Top drive from him.
McEwing did a great job throughout the 3 races. We didn't talk much about him, but he was consistently at the midway to the front of the grid. So consistent drive from him, a bit like Luke. I was going to say Luke Whiting, but a consistent drive from Tom McEwing all day, and a great job from him.
Yes, well, I couldn't have put that better myself either. Yeah, I think it was a really big effort here from all of the team. For the drivers as well, it's that sort of mentality test. If you have a bad race, do you turn up to the next 2? I think we saw that from pretty much everybody. They had a bad race, but they just thought, you know what, it's another race, it's a new time, it's a new session, let's just see what happens.
Yeah, I think every race came with a new opportunity, and every race brought something new to the table. There's always something that happened. For example, a race contender spins out, catches the grass, something like that. And that's what adds the extra spice to the race. And that's what I love about World Pro Racing.
Well, definitely. And what a debut it's been for you, Kai. I think you've handled it really well. It's been great to be alongside you. And yeah, I'm sure this is a welcoming stay to World Pro Racing for you.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to have been commentating alongside you, Kieran. It's been a lot of fun, and there hasn't been a dull second.
Not with me around anyway, and not with these British GT cars around these British tracks. It's never going to be boring, that's for sure. So obviously we had a little bit of rain there. We had the racing at the narrow Alton Park. We had the championship decider at Donington. Yep, a bit of everything, I think. I think that was a really good session set up by the guys here at World Pro Racing. We hope you did enjoy it as well. Let's talk about a couple of drivers who really, I mean, you said about JP Slater before this race began. You said you'd raced with him before. Coming into that final round, he was 11th place in the standings, 12 points to his name. Maybe a little bit of an underground performance from him?
Yeah, he was quite unlucky, was JP. We saw in the second race at Snetterton, he didn't actually come out of the pits that whole race. He got caught up in a collision on lap 1 and didn't manage to exit the pit lane all race, so that's unfortunate for him. and then just trying to pick himself up in the last race. He did the best job he could, but once again, he got caught up in an incident.
Yeah, absolutely. Ashton Cox as well. Again, a driver that it just wasn't his day. Going into that final round, he was 7th, but with 15 points as well. Really not typical of the man who you would expect to be, battling for podium positions at the very least.
Yeah, you'd expect Ashton Cox to be up at the front, but as you said, Requeezy, he was supposed to be at the front as well. He had the pace, but just in the races, it fell apart, and it's not that they could control all of that, but it's just how the race unfolded ahead of them, and it's just unfortunate to see drivers go down like that.
Yeah, it is, and we've seen names we haven't seen before, or seen quite rarely in World Pro Racing. In the fact of we've seen Pritz Parnar as well. We've seen Legreston before in World Pro Racing, silver permits as well. But Erky Marmor as well, he was at the back of the field, but he managed to finish those races. He managed to score those points where others might have thrown in the towel. He just kept on going.
Yeah, we saw Marner finish the races at least, but we also saw him get involved in his handful of incidents, which is we'll go past them, but he did get involved in those incidents, which did obviously involve other drivers. For example, people maybe like Requeese and Ashton Cox, who also got involved in incidents that maybe aren't their fault. Same with the other drivers, but I'd say he did a good job on finishing the races. A lot of the drivers, a couple of the drivers just gave up as soon as something happened, but not him. He always kept his head down.
Absolutely, and that's just a quality that you need going into these challenges. Just keep your head down. You never know what's going to happen. If you stay in the race, you still have a chance of scoring points. You just never know. We saw Okizi drop it at Snetterton. We saw Redwan Messaoud have a moment at Alton Park. Literally anything can happen. If you just stick around, you never know. You could take advantage of it. Kirsten Abaya as well. We saw a lot of him on the cameras battling in that midfield, showing how strong he was out there, both offensively and defensively.
Yeah, he did a great job out there. We saw him in quite a few defensive positions, trying to hold off drivers behind, and it seemed to look like he always had the right car in the right position, and no one was really able to get past him. But when it came to overtaking, there was no stopping him.
Yeah, and that was the main thing, wasn't it? Just on track with the overtakes, looking really, really good out there, and really just getting those performances in. And across the series, if you are consistent, we do see, and you do tend to have the good results and a good finishing spot in the championship. We also had a look at the past 2 races, the consistency rating, because if you're not familiar with Assetto Corsa Competizione, it does give you a sort of consistency rating. So the closer to 100% your rating is, the more close your lap times were to each other over the course of the race. I mean, we were seeing 98.6% as one of the highest so far there. So that just shows you the levels and how much practice these drivers put in order to get that consistent.
Yeah, consistency was a massive thing for a lot of drivers, outstanding from a lot of them. We saw over 98%, even in that Snetterton race. When there was rain at the end, we still saw over 98% consistency, which is outstanding from those drivers. And I think that just shows the level that these people are on and the amount of time that they're putting in to be able to achieve this.
Yeah, definitely. And it comes to show as well that amount of practice really does start to pay off. And Luke Whitehead is getting a familiar name at the top of the standings. And we can reveal our top 3 are with us. And your top 3 is as follows. Luke Whitehead is the confirmed champion. Jan-Nicholas Erbrick is in 2nd place. And David Ohak does finish in the top 3, finishes 3rd place in this series. And we'll start first then on that basis with our series winner in Luke Whitehead. Luke, first of all, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I can hear you loud and clear.
Well, that's not good if it's loud, but it's good enough it's clear.
No, it's good.
Congratulations on your challenge victory there. I mean, talk us through it. 2 wins and a 3rd place. Happy with that?
Yeah, definitely. I'm not as happy as I could be, but I'm quite happy. Race 1 was really successful. I fluffed up qualifying, if I'm completely honest. Probably had pole in there, but it didn't matter in the end because I kept out of trouble, and obviously Hamada and Red One, you know, they had a couple of issues, and I'm gutted for those two, because those two, they really probably could have beaten me in probably all three of these races. I don't think I was really quick enough across all three. You know, so it's kind of a miracle that I stayed out of trouble and won the races that I did. But yeah, Autumn was really good. Snetterton was a lot of fun. It was very, very difficult because I wasn't quick enough. I just simply didn't have the pace. I don't really know what the reason was, but I didn't feel comfortable in that car around that track, and it showed at the start. And my pressures were also way too high, which is never good, never good at all. So I was sliding around like someone on roller skates. But yeah, and then of course the rain came, and it actually helped me because my tyres then were actually in the good window of pressure, so they worked better in the wet than they did in the dry, which is hilarious to me. But yeah, race 3, really quick and quali, and unfortunately in the race the setup just didn't work, you know, as it did in quali. I think the heavier fuel just meant that the car was just understeering, oversteering, didn't ride the bumps very well. And then, of course, we had that back marker who pulled out on me through the old hairpin, which is never something you want, especially through there. And, of course, we've got the penalty for it. But, you know, it didn't really matter in the end. We still got the championship win, which I'm thrilled with, especially after the other races that I've been doing with a massive amount of success as well. So it's just good to carry that momentum forward.
Yeah, and of course, this adds to your Rainmaster Championship as well, to your World Pro Racing titles. I see, hopefully, you're registered for the next Rainmaster to try and defend your title there. But, you know, just talk us through this, because over 3 series, you were the champion there. You got more points than anybody else. You got 2 wins as well. Never finished off the podium. Looked strong in qualifying. I think, by all accounts, that's a good day, isn't it, Luke?
Oh, it's a good day in the office for sure, yeah. Especially because I've not been able to get as much practice as what I potentially would have wanted. I was practicing with my teammates and everything beforehand, but I hadn't done any prior to today. So, yeah, definitely, I'm really thrilled. Considering all 3 of the cars, like particularly the McLaren, they're not cars I drive very often. The Aston, I think I've only driven once in a race, and it was only an open lobby. And the Bentley, I've never driven in a full race. So, yeah, a load of new cars, kind of new tracks as well. So, yeah, I couldn't be happier, really.
And when you compare this experience to the 2 previous Sprint Series championships, what's the difference between being able to choose your own car against 5 other cars and everyone in exactly the same car? How do you prepare yourself for that one?
Well, of course, it's always nice knowing exactly what car you have to choose, because you're able to practice in one car for the whole time. And so it means that your preparation is a lot more focused and a lot better for that particular car and track. I think obviously what happened in the Sprint Series was a lot of people would choose to like the car for each track, and I think it meant that you had so many more options, which meant that your preparation in each specific track and car wasn't quite as good as what it could have been. I think for me personally, I tended to use the Ferrari more often than not. So my preparation was quite good all round, but for some people, they were choosing, you know, the BMW, the Ferrari, the Mercedes, the Aston Martin, the McLaren. You know, so many different cars at so many different tracks, and of course, every car is different, and every track, that same car reacts differently. So, you know, with all of the different preparations you have to do for each individual round, it's difficult. But yeah, as I said, you know, knowing what car you have to choose for each track makes your job a lot easier, because you haven't got to make those decisions. So yeah, it was a fun experience and definitely good preparation for any other championship that World Pro Racing do.
Yeah, great stuff. And Luke, congratulations on your Challenge Series title. The floor is yours for any shout-outs, any sponsors you'd like to mention.
Well, the obvious one, I think, is massive thank you to H3 once again. Ashton Cox has just recently been appointed as our team engineer. In fact, it was only on Thursday, so he's not been, you know, with us for long. And his setups are absolutely amazing. And, you know, I'm really happy to have him on board among the team, and obviously all the other drivers as well. Hamada Rakizi, Red One Mesaoud, Frank Biat, they were all great today. You know, I'm gutted that I didn't have them with me on the podium. I think that would have been quite nice, but you know, we're all working hard. in our championships that we're doing, and we're going from strength to strength at the moment. We've had new drivers coming on board. Arno Santamato, who's a GT3 driver himself. So some really good drivers, really high caliber drivers, and the team is, awesome as always. Massive thank you as well to my manager, Robert Wotherston. He's been a massive help lately, particularly with the massive amount of championships and events that have been going on, across the board on Assetto Corsa Competizione. So he's been a massive help. Massive thanks to Mum and Dad as well for supporting me as always. They're impeccable. I couldn't ask for anything better. So yeah, and thanks to everyone who's watching at home. I really hope you enjoyed the racing.
Well, great stuff. Thank you for joining us, Luke. Enjoy your series title, and hopefully we'll see you on the track very, very soon. Kai, you've got someone down there. Who have you managed to pick out?
I've managed to pick out Jan Nicholas Erbrich on the other side of this Discord call. So, Jan, are you able to hear us?
Yes.
That is always good to hear. So, Jan, you managed to get P2 in the triple header. You were on tie points with David Ohak going into that final round. But first of all, talk us through the 3 races and the events that happened within them.
The last race was, I think, the best race for me. Everything went perfect. The qualifying was good. The race pace was good. I was doing consistent laps. Was not far away from the H3 guys, so that was good. The first 2 races were good in the standings in the end results, but I was not happy because the first race I had a bad qualifying. I think I managed to get P7. From there on I got more places, and second place was nice to finish second, but my race pace was bad. I was not feeling comfortable with the car. The Bentley was weird, especially because it's the wheel is on the right, and I'm not used to it. The second race at Centerton was good. I was really fast. I was surprised how fast I was. Could keep up with the H3 guys for the first half of the race. Of course, they were faster, but they were a bit slower because they were battling. But after the pit stop, I don't know what happened, but my front tires were just done. There was nothing I could do to do really consistent laps. And then I got over a bun a bit, lost 1 place to David. I don't know what happened to the tires.
Yeah, and also, as I mentioned before, going into the final round in this championship, you were tied on points with David Ohak. You were both tied on 36 points, to be precise. How did you deal with that pressure, and how did you deal with it mentally?
I think the biggest pressure was in qualifying because I saw that he made a faster lap than me, and I just had 1 lap to go. So I needed to put everything on that lap. I managed to do that. So I got the better starting position. That was good. And I think in the first corner I overtook 1 guy of the H3 guys. So that was good that someone is behind me to block him a bit. And from there on, it was just driving the car. It was good because the McLaren suited me more than the last 2 cars. So from there on, I saw that I made some space behind me, behind Ohak, and that was then it was fine.
Well, Jan, you finished P2 in the championship. Is there anything else you thought you would have been able to do to try and pip Luke for that championship title?
No. No way. He's faster. He's just that, I don't know, 1 second, half a second faster, depending on the race. And he's so consistent. That's amazing. I think I don't have the time to prepare so much. I don't know if I can make it that fast, but I'm happy with how I'm driving, and if I can have somebody around me to fight, that's always good. So at least it has to make fun, and that it does.
Yeah, well, Jan, congratulations on P2. You drove amazingly throughout the event. Is there anyone you'd like to thank or anyone who you'd like to shout out?
Yeah, I would like to thank my girlfriend who's waiting for me and watching the 3 races. Yep.
All right, well, Jan, congratulations on P2. As I said, amazing drive, and thank you so much for joining us for the interviews.
Thank you.
And thank you to our drivers there for joining us. Unfortunately, David O'Hacker is running into some problems. We won't be able to interview him, unfortunately. But we do congratulate him for his 3rd place. He drove really well throughout the 3 races and got that 3rd place spot there. So, Kai, that brings us to the end of the broadcast. Have you enjoyed it?
I have absolutely loved every minute of it. It's a shame it came to an end. It's a shame it came to an end. But it has been amazing experience, and I would love to do this again.
Well, I'm sure we'll be happy to have you back. As always, thank you very much for everyone at home for watching, whether you've been watching on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitch, ESTV, Motorsport TV, The Race, and TVM Sports. And a big shout out to all of our sponsors, Gaming Malta, Visit Malta.com, AMD, HyperX, Melita, Thrustmaster, and GT Omega Racing. Don't forget as well, WorldProRacing.com to check the latest series that have been adding. There's series adding pretty much every day nowadays, so make sure you don't miss out on any of that racing action. A big thank you to the team behind the scenes as well. Our race director, Adrian Figallo, our chief steward, George Muscat, broadcast director being Justin Mifsud, cameras being Nathan Mifsud, myself, Kieran McGinley, and of course, Kai Bacchini alongside me. It's been a pleasure to bring these 3 races to you today, and we hope to see you again next time. But Luke Whitehead is your champion. He's challenged the 3 races and the 3 cars and come out on top. Where will he go from here? Thank you very much for joining us, and until next time, we'll see you very soon. Good night.
World Pro Racing, where sim racing becomes real.
For only €5 a month, experience every high-definition moment on your TV, tablet, phone or PC. Great teams, great moments, and so much more. TSN from Melita is your ticket to stay in the game. Visit melita.com/sports.
Senna was a god. No one could even dream to follow him.
I'm from a very humble background.
The role of women at that time were really difficult.
This is so dangerous. You are risking not only your life, but also my life.
Wish your Wi-Fi network would just work in any room? Our new Stellar Wi-Fi is AI assisted to give you the smoothest, fastest possible Wi-Fi throughout your home. Stellar Wi-Fi, assisted by AI, exclusive to Melita. Find out more in-store or online.
World Pro Racing, where sim racing becomes real.